Good afternoon. We are going to get started. Mr. Johnson. Hello. Welcome to what some folks call EEE. I call E-Quad, which is education, energy, the environment, and elections. And we have a bunch of bills up today. We're jiggering the order a little bit. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please make sure that your phones are not going to make noise to disrespect the senators or their witnesses. And if you can also, we suggest that you try to avoid acronyms because if you want to make your case, we need to understand what you're talking about. So with that, and Senator Feldman, Chair Feldman is in the Finance Committee. Others of us also will be in and out because we have hearings in other committees as well. But we are going to get started and we are glad to have you here. We're going to start with Senator Carrozza, Senate Bill 246, Wicomico County Sanitary District Authorization. And you have in-person witnesses of Julie Giordano, the Wicomico County Executive. Executive Giordano, it's nice to have you back in Annapolis. Thank you for being here, as well as Bunky Luffman. And that's the sponsor panel. And then we have one more witness that we'll call after that. Are you Mr. Gerard? Okay, you may sit up there if you like. All right, Senator Carrozza, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the courtesy with the Wicomico County Executive and her administrator coming up. For the record, Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, representing Wicomico, Worcester, and Somerset counties. And I want to thank all the members of this distinguished EEE Education, Energy, and Environment Committee for allowing me to present Senate Bill 246, Wicomico County Sanitary District Authorization. Senate Bill 246 is an important local bill. It simply would allow Wicomico County to create a Wicomico Sanitary District, which is the first step for Wicomico County to implement its water and sewer master plan, which was finalized in 2021. By way of background, Wicomico County has approximately 18,000 septic systems, with many of the residential wells installed prior to 2000 in unconfined aquifers. The county has developed a plan and a map to correct existing septic and sewer system failures in Wicomico County, and to include new infrastructure that may be connected to existing municipal treatment facilities or new centralized systems. It is my understanding that Wicomico is one of the only counties in Maryland that does not have a county-wide department dedicated to managing wastewater. Wicomico County needs to be the responsible entity for the county's water and sewer utilities. And this bill simply provides that authority by establishing the sanitary district. I also wanted to share with my committee members that I personally have participated in several Wicomico County meetings over the past 2 or 3 years, if not more, with the Maryland Department of the Environment at the table, other state officials, county and municipal elected officials, and their engineers, developers, realtors, and homeowners to work together to address failing septic systems and outdated at capacity municipal wastewater treatment plants. I especially want to thank the Wicomico Water and Sewer Committee of the Greater Salisbury Committee for their leadership as we move forward with this legislation, Senate Bill 246, to address the long-standing challenges surrounding water and sewer in Wicomico County. Members and colleagues, I appreciate your kind consideration and your favorable and swift approval of SB 246. Thank you very much.
Senator Carrozza, and again, County Executive Giordano, welcome. You have up to 2.5 minutes.
All right, thank you. And thank you all for allowing us to be here to testify. So yes, as County Executive of Wicomico County, this implementation of the water and sewer is one that is obviously frequently discussed. This particular project has been in the works since the 1970s, but unfortunately no movement has moved forward. So due to the lack of movement, our county, obviously, as the senator said, now has numerous houses with failing septic tanks as well as other issues. And this is why it's obviously imperative for us to take these first necessary steps. So I would like to applaud the terrific work by our Greater Salisbury Committee. This organization put together a team of experts to move to kind of create this comprehensive plan moving forward. We had field experts, real estate agents, and leaders, but also our 8 municipalities were included in this. And so obviously this is our first step. So we understand this is going to be a long and costly project, but obviously necessary for the future of Wicomico County and the health of our residents. And so for these reasons, I respectfully ask this committee for a favorable report for Maryland 2023 SB 246, Wicomico County. Thank you.
Executive, Mr. Luffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bunky Luffman from Director of Administration. I'm here to help with any questions that you may have.
Conciseness and for being here to back us up here. And following up, Alan Gerard from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Welcome, Mr. Gerard.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Alan Gerard, Eastern Shore Director with CBF. I do serve on the Greater Salisbury Committee's Wicomico Sewer Committee, and we're pleased to have an opportunity to participate in that venue and also share some information. The Senator mentioned the risks to the shallow aquifers in Wicomico County. Human health is a concern. Many of the homes built in Wicomico County prior to 2000 discharged septic effluent into the shallow aquifer in that county. And the discharge from that effluent can also easily make it to local rivers and streams in the Chesapeake Bay and cause nutrient pollution impacts, which are a big problem for aquatic life and the bay's health. The sanitary district is a first step to address that problem. The Greater Salisbury Committee has put together a set of recommendations that they shared with the county executive and others, many municipalities mentioned as well. And there are 3 main points in that set of recommendations. One is to define a purpose statement for the initiative, and that is to ensure that any homes that are connected to centralized sewer systems are only designed to correct those septic failures. There's concern over inducing growth by running new sewer lines throughout the county. And if we ensure through a purpose statement that the county defines to connect only failing septic systems to centralized sewer, that will ensure that that problem is adequately addressed. Second recommendation is to conduct a sanitary survey that will help identify and verify the extent of the problem in the county. There's anecdotes, some information from the health department. There's more work that needs to be done to ensure that the problem is well understood. And then finally, a scope of work that lays out the administrative path forward, including timing, policy, cost considerations, all those factors that can ensure that connecting failing septic systems to centralized sewers succeeds. This authority is a first step in that process, and we urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard. I see no questions from our colleagues on this local bill. Again, Madam County Executive, we were glad you took the time to be here. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 246. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the courtesy.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Next up is going to be our almost birthday boy, Senator Gallion. We have Senate Bill 262, Environment on-Farm Composting Facilities Permit Exemption. Senator Gallion. Absolutely. The sponsor panel includes Colby Ferguson from the Maryland Farm Bureau, Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, and then we've got 2 virtual sponsor panelists as well, and we will include them. Hello, Miss Emily. On behalf of all of your colleagues on committee and on the floor, Senator, we hope you have a wonderful birthday and a healthy and terrific year to come.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. You're the last couple coming in for.
Yeah, the other 2 witnesses, Senator, are virtual. So we will be connecting with them, but they'll be on the screen.
Okay,
Oh, Colby, you're up. Your timing is good. Come on up.
All right, good afternoon. For the record, Senator Jason Gallion, representing District 35 and Cecil and Harford counties, to introduce Senate Bill 262, Environment On-Farm Composting Facilities Permit Exemption. Some of you who are on this committee may remember this bill from last year. It actually passed out of this committee unanimously, and on the floor of the Senate went through unanimously as well. And I'm happy to be joined today by members of both our agricultural and our environmental communities. As you know, sometimes those groups aren't always on the same side of issues, but it's great today that on this one they are. It's great to see people come together working towards a shared goal. And as you all know, you've heard me say before that farmers were the first environmentalists. So since we do have some new members that did not hear this in committee last year, first I'm going to start out by going over kind of the 30,000 foot view of the bill and then go over some more specifics. This legislation will increase the allowable threshold from the current 5,000 square foot exemption up to 40,000 square feet for on-farm composting facilities. Currently, on-farm composting is allowed without a MDE, Maryland Department of Environment, permit for an area of 40,000 square feet or less, but only for most feedstocks. This bill would allow the same 40,000 square foot area for food scrap composting. An on-farm composting facility would be exempt from the requirement to obtain a permit if they use 40,000 square feet of area or less for active food scrap composting and compost only one or more of the following four things. Number one, organic material generated on site or at another farm controlled by the same operator. Number two, animal manure and bedding generated on site. Number three, type 1 feedstock, which would be things like yard waste, regardless of the place of generation. And number four, off-site type 2 feedstock that is not contaminated or liquid, and it would be immediately mixed with carbonaceous type 1 feedstock and incorporated into active composting within 24 hours after arriving on site. Or on-site type 2 feedstock. Type 2 includes things like food scraps, animal manure, and bedding. And we records the amount and source of feedstock being composted and the date and time the feedstock arrives on the farm. These records must be retained for 3 years. There will be a forthcoming amendment to clarify that the record keeping portion applies only to composting and not existing manure composting. And I believe that was one of the things requested from the Maryland Horse Council. Allowing on-farm composting to expand is a win-win for the farming and environmental community, as it allows farmers to benefit from reduced solid waste costs and helps the environment by reducing the amount of waste going into landfills. To anyone that has concerns about the relaxation of this regulation, I'd like to assure you farmers are still required to complete a nutrient management plan and comply with other best management practices or BMPs. This has truly been a collaborative effort between myself, the House sponsor Delegate Shetty, and the agriculture and environmental communities. And I respectfully asked for a repeat of last year and a favorable report.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Ferguson, welcome back to EQuad.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Colby Ferguson on behalf of Maryland Farm Bureau. I don't need to explain the bill because I think the good senator did a very good job of kind of defining what this bill does. Is that farmers already have the ability to do on-farm composting. What we don't have the ability to do is to try to help the towns and municipalities and counties try to divert all the stuff that's going into the landfill to come back and be be compostables on the farm. And so that's kind of what this is about. This is right now we're stuck at 5,000 square feet for off-site product. And what this does is expand that up to the whole operation can be done. We can do up to 40 now with on-site stuff. This just allows that incorporation of the additional. It doesn't allow us to go to 80,000 feet. It just says within that platform that we're in that we can actually incorporate off-site feedstocks. It does put some additional language in there to make sure that the the farmer is not making a mess, not leaching into the water, and all of a sudden this off-site products come in and really mess up their composting site. They still have to record that. All that still has to be monitored, just like they would have to do under the current. It still has to be put in their nutrient management plan. One thing that Senator Gallion didn't put in there, it's also part of your soil conservation plan, which is very important as well. So that site has to be showed on your soil conservation plan. So with that, we'd ask for a favorable report again this year, and hopefully we can get it out of the house this time.
Ms. Ranson.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of Senate Bill 262 to expand on-farm composting. As has been mentioned, but I like to reinforce, farmers are already allowed to compost manure and on-site materials. And they are already allowed to do that up to 40,000 square feet. The big limitation is that once they accept off-site food scraps, that is when they are now limited to 5,000 square feet, which is a very small amount of land. I always have to talk about septic systems. As Colby pointed out to me, it is about the size of a sand mound, so pretty small. So this bill is not changing how farmers are composting manure or how they're handling on-site food scraps. It is really just allowing them to add off-site food scraps to that full 40,000 square foot place of land that they're already composting their manure. The bill also includes language to really define feedstocks to make sure that we're being very clear that food scraps do not mean liquids, it does not mean fats, it does not mean greases. These are going to be just food scraps. Last year, me and some of my fellow environmental allies asked for some of the additional requirements to head off potential problems with farmers getting in over their head. And we feel that the current language in the bill really does that. So there were some fears that a farmer may want to get paid to accept a bunch of food scraps, and then we'd have big piles of rotting cucumbers or something like that on the property. But under the language in the bill, those food scraps would have to be immediately incorporated into carbonaceous material. So that is guaranteeing that the farmer is going to have a place to put those and the appropriate materials to process those food scraps. It has to be immediately or within 24 hours incorporated into active composting. So a farmer can't just accept food scraps indefinitely. There has to be a plan. And then there's record keeping. So if there is a problem, we're able to identify it with one visit. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Ms. Ranson, appreciate it. I note that Senator Augustine, you have a question. We have 2 online favorable witnesses. Do you want to wait for them or ask now? Yeah, would you all be able to stay?
Yes.
Okay, let's go then to Ben Perry from Compost Crew, followed by Benjamin Fischler with the Sierra Club. Mr. Perry, Compost Crew, good to see you again. Thanks for being with us.
Good to see you too, Senator. I appreciate it. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ben Perry. I'm the CEO of Compost Crew, and I'm here to request a favorable report on SB 262. So Compost Crew is a public benefit corporation headquartered in Maryland, and we help nearly 10,000 customers recycle food scraps. And our staff, which includes 5 certified compost operators, works with area farms to make high quality compost. The farms then use this compost to enrich their soil and produce more food. So it's really a truly circular economy. This bill would be a very good thing for both farms and for governments that are trying to improve their environmental and recycling systems. As it stands, if we want to work with a farmer to install a composting system right now, our total footprint has to be less than the 5,000 square feet. That's about 1/10 of an acre. And that's really small. We could get a state permit to expand the size, but that we found that it presents a few practical issues that kill projects. First, most farmers have enough to worry about and don't want to deal with another layer of regulation on top of the soil conservation, water quality, and nutrient management plans that they already have to deal with. And that would, protect a lot of the concerns here. And second, the economics just don't pencil out for small 5,000 square foot facilities when you add the expenses and risks that are required to comply with state regulations, in addition to the county zoning and other regulations. So the bottom line is that we need to make more Maryland-made compost. Fertilizer prices, which can make up to it can take up to a third of costs for a farm, they skyrocketed last year, and the U.S. government recognized this as a national security issue and allocated hundreds of millions of dollars to increase U.S.-made fertilizers and compost. So clearly, we need to be helping farms be more self-sufficient, and this bill helps remove an economic disincentive in order to allow more on-farm composting infrastructure to be built in Maryland. So thank you for your time. I hope we can get a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. And because you are not going to stay with us when we go to the next witness, would you take this opportunity to do 30 seconds on composting in Annapolis and in the Senate? Give us a quick update on how you guys are helping us to do our part.
Yeah, so we collect from a lot of government buildings and homes and businesses all throughout Maryland, DC, and Virginia. So we're happy to accept and help educate people and businesses how to separate their food waste from other waste, and then collect it in a clean manner, and then compost it properly and make very high quality compost that can be incorporated into the soil. So happy to help everybody in Maryland.
Mr. Perry, next up is another Ben Fischler with the Sierra Club. Mr. Fischler, welcome to EQuad.
Thank you. I'm Ben Fischler, composting lead for the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team, speaking on behalf of more than 70,000 members and supporters of the Maryland Sierra Club. We strongly support SB 262. This bill benefits Maryland farmers and Maryland's environment. Expanding the options for on-farm composting will divert food waste from landfills, resulting in conservation of space in our landfills, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and creating green businesses and jobs. It's an important step on the path to zero waste. The prior testimony is giving you a great rundown on what the bill covers, so I won't go through that. Based on these great environmental and economic benefits related to diversion of food scraps and the production and use of compost on farms, the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 262. Thank you.
Senator Augustine, you have a question either for the panelists, or we could probably get Mr. Fischler or Mr. Perry back if you needed.
For the panelists.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward. I just want to give you the opportunity to respond. The Department of the Environment came back and said, we appreciate and want to see a larger one, but they made the suggestion that it be 10,000 and not the 40,000. So I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity to respond to their recommendation for an amendment.
Go ahead.
It's brought up previously, if you just had a manure without bringing the food scraps, you're allowed that 40,000 level. So that's where we came up with that number. I realize MDE would potentially like a lower number. Maybe we get to a point where we look at that, but starting out, I think the 40,000 number is the right number to match it up with the already area they're allowed to have with the manure.
And, I think the thing you have to remember is that this is not 40,000 square feet of food scraps. This has to be incorporated at least a 50-50, if not more, with whether it be dairy manure or whether it be with woody biomass, wood chips, those types of things that you still have to have your incorporation. You can't just take raw food. It's just rot if you don't. So you have to have at least about 50% roughly. So when you say, can we just do 10,000? That literally means that I've got a 40,000 foot footprint and I have to carve out 10,000 of it. Right now, we only can carve out 5. So now we're going to go to 10. but I still have 30,000 other square feet of regular product that I can't put that into. And so I have to divert and separate that off. And so the thought is that if we're allowed the whole footprint, why can't we incorporate, whether it's 20,000, 15,000? Why do we have to say this little pile over here has to be the food waste section and all the rest can be my regular product? And that's the problem that we have right now, is trying to divert. Where is it? So when they come out and say, well, what's this over here? Because this pile looks exactly like this pile. Well, how do I know this is the food scrap pile and this is not the food scrap pile? And it's a conundrum that farmers are really having difficulty trying to figure out how to work.
Yeah, so I'm now better understanding what you're saying. But why do you think that the department felt like it made sense though? You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying, but why would they say that?
I think, obviously their job is to prevent environmental problems.
Mhm.
And so right now they've given the leeway at 5,000.
Right.
And so they're willing to double that in size and feel like they still have taken a conservative process. Our feeling of it is that you already allow us to do 40,000 square feet of a product that's maybe not the same components, but it's still decomposed grass and, manure and stuff like that. So it's still stuff that could still end up in the environment. They could still end up in our streams. It's still nitrogen. It's still phosphorus. And it's just a different source. And so I guess my thought is that it's coming from another place. It's not from my farm.
Mhm.
And so when I'm incorporating somebody else's stuff, they feel like they want to have a little bit more attachment to that. And when you exempt them, you exempt the farm, they don't have that direct attachment.
Okay.
That's
Thank
what they've told me.
Yeah, and I'll, just to add on with that, as Colby mentioned, and one thing I didn't say earlier, but in creating high quality compost, it is really about getting that right mix of the greens and the browns. And so simply restricting it to a certain, the 5,000 or the 10,000, to us, it would make a lot more sense to distribute it throughout the entire pile, especially if we already have a 40,000 square foot manure and bedding pile. Having some cucumbers, I keep going back to cucumbers. I don't know why. Mixing them all the way through seems like, not any more risky than having a manure pile.
Yeah, thank you. And so you feel like, particularly given the way that this food stuff is being defined, like you feel comfortable about the management of the environmental risk, and that it's not going to be any easier necessarily in the smaller section versus in the entire section. Am I understanding you on that?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is in terms of the risk, I don't see how, having 40,000 square feet, using the entire pad, being able to mix food scraps in through the entire pile is riskier than doing something else. Yeah, especially since we do have those really good feedstock definitions. Like there are no liquids. It's not chicken blood, things like that. It's solids.
And I'll just add real quickly, last year when we had the discussion with these additional components added to the bill, the farmers I represent were like, no, we don't have to do any more reporting. We don't have to do more recording. And a good bill is when people compromise and come to the middle. And that's what we did last year. Is we're like, okay, we understand that we need to do some sort of recording so we can make sure that we're not just, piling all this and then forgetting about it. There is a recording requirement. So I think we did that compromise last year. We didn't get it out of the House. I'm hoping that we can make it work this year.
Okay, thank you for your thoughtful questions, Senator Augustine, as always. I see no other questions for the panel, so thank you, Senator Gallion. Thank you, witnesses, including our two online folks. We appreciate it, and that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 262. Next up, we have the good Senator Kramer, Senate Bill 250, Environment Climate Crisis Plan Requirement. Welcome back to E-Quad, Senator.
And I thank you for that, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 250. Colleagues, for those of you on the committee, this may sound vaguely familiar as the bill was introduced last year. I actually had very high hopes for it based on the committee chair's commentary, the then committee chair, about how this sort of tied very neatly into that much broader bill that he sponsored and that passed last year, the Climate Solutions Now bill. And this is just a sort of opportunity to ensure that our local jurisdictions participate in the much broader requirements of the bill that we passed last year. This bill would require that each of our 24 jurisdictions prepare a climate action plan that reflects the needs of their jurisdictions. Colleagues, out in Allegheny and Garrett, coastal flooding is not an issue. But ski resorts and all of the revenue that comes from bringing people into Garrett and Allegheny to enjoy the snowfall, the snowboarding, the skiing that it has to offer is very important to that area. And we don't have to worry about ski resorts down in St. Mary's County. The idea here is each jurisdiction has a role to play in addressing the impacts of climate change on their jurisdiction. We know that addressing the climate crisis is not a one-size-fits-all solution. So the bill before you requires that each jurisdiction look at an enumerated list of items that, by the way, is a list that has come from environmental organizations as those things that we should be focusing attention on in addressing the climate crisis. Some may have no application to a particular local jurisdiction, and that's fine. They will indicate so in their plan. Others may have a heavy emphasis on things like mitigating the already changes we are facing because of climate change. For instance, Annapolis, which is now starting to experience more routine flooding. They're going to have to harden their defenses against flooding. That may not be a significant issue in Montgomery County, but there are other issues that are more relevant to Montgomery County because of the need to figure out what is best for moving people around through public transportation and maybe getting cars off the road because it is a more congested jurisdiction. That may not be a problem for Carroll County. So Carroll doesn't need to have a heavy emphasis on that. The point is, pardon me, each jurisdiction has a responsibility to help lift the burden of climate change. And now that we have passed the Climate Solutions Now bill, there are going to be mandates on our local jurisdictions. This bill before you is how they will develop plans to respond to the statewide requirements and how they envision implementing those things that are required of them. I will emphasize, colleagues, that at the end of the day, they prepare these reports, they submit it to the state will review it and offer comments, return it to the local jurisdiction to address those comments. There is nothing in the bill, and this is going to perhaps rear its ugly head. It did last year with those who are going to cry implementation and doing this will be bazillions of dollars. Colleagues, there's nothing in the bill that says they have to implement anything. What they have to do is have the foresight to plan for what is coming and what's already here, and to try to calculate those costs, because we here in state government, our partners in federal government, need to know what those costs are. And until we get a handle on that, we don't know what it's going to take, what resources we need, what federal money might be available to implement the plans that the local jurisdictions will be creating. I will share with you that a number of jurisdictions already have these plans in place. Prince George's County, Baltimore City had the foresight to do this years ago. They just updated theirs. They're already taking a look at what they've done and updating it. Montgomery County and Baltimore County have done this. So the point is, every jurisdiction has a role to play. Rural, urban, suburban, one size doesn't fit all. Let each jurisdiction guide us as to how they see they're addressing this at a local level. I am going to address concerns that you'll hear from Mako when I finish. I just want to quickly give you an idea of what's in the bill, and then I'll speak to that. So, for instance, in the building sector, the jurisdictions would look at how to expand or establish energy efficiency programs in the county for residential and commercial energy use, to reduce energy consumption in commercial, government, and residential buildings, to reduce and eliminate the use of fossil fuels in the new design of buildings. In the transportation sector, transitioning vehicles, school buses, and we're already starting this process, colleagues, that are operated by local governments to zero emission vehicles, to provide clean, efficient, reliable public transportation in their jurisdictions. I will quickly, as an aside, and again, come back to Mako. Mako, in regurgitating their concerns from last year, didn't even bother to update them. They just sent the same exact document they did last year. And I pointed out last year, colleagues, that in their comments, Mako says this bill mandates each county to develop plans for mass transit that strains the imagination. There's nothing in this bill at all that has such a mandate. The only reference is that jurisdictions should look at how they might improve public transportation for their residents to help take cars off the road. Imagine that. It also would ask our jurisdictions to develop a plan for identifying the communities within their jurisdiction that are most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. For instance, in Baltimore City, mitigating the heat island effect because of the large amount of asphalt, concrete, lack of trees in our urban areas. That is a very important issue. Providing access to emergency cooling, improving air quality. This is what the bill does. I will share with you that there are well over 100 municipalities, we're not talking counties, municipalities that have done this very thing because they know how important it is, even at the very local level, for them to be participating in addressing the response to the climate crisis. So we're not inventing the wheel here. We are doing what hundreds of counties are already doing across the country. And the point once again being, all 24 jurisdictions have a role to play in addressing the climate crisis. Let's work out plans at the local level. One of the concerns I heard is that this is going to create all kinds of regulations that are going to vary from county to county, and business is not going to know how to function. No, the bill has nothing to do with that whatsoever. Trying to figure out how to improve public transportation or how to reduce island heat in Baltimore City is not going to be creating all kinds of business regulations that are going to be so confusing. Business isn't going to know how to go from Montgomery to Prince George's to Carroll County. I just don't want you to be left with the impression that this is somehow going to create a burden for businesses or jurisdictions. It does not. And I will finally now, if I may, Madam Chair and committee, address some of the concerns that I was astonished to hear yesterday at the House hearing on this from our friend from ACO. He was all over the map on this. First, he came in and said, it's impossible to do this. The jurisdictions can't do it. It's going to cost a fortune. It's going to bankrupt our local jurisdictions. And then at least 6 times during questioning from the committee, he said, the counties are already doing this. They're already doing this. This is duplicative. Well, colleagues, you can't have it both ways. Either it's so overwhelmingly expensive it can't be done, or they're already doing it. And if they're doing it, what's the challenge? For those jurisdictions that have in fact done it, easy peasy. For those that haven't, step up to the plate and help lift the burden. You know, Maryland has more tidal coastline than any state in this nation other than Louisiana. We have thousands of miles of coastline. How are we going to address the flooding that has already begun in our states? Well, how about if those jurisdictions that are along our coastlines, our bay jurisdictions, our river jurisdictions, how about if they start looking at, hey, here's what we're going to need, here's how we can participate, and these are the requirements we're going to have to protect our roadways, to protect those $1 million homes sitting on the shoreline. We're going to need your help, Maryland. We're going to need your help, state legislature. Here's exactly what we need. Here's how we're going to address street flooding in Southern Maryland. Here's how we are going to address the needs of our local jurisdictions. Colleagues, I would proffer to you that this bill is hand in glove with last year's bill that will now have the local jurisdictions. And by the way, they were all crying a year ago about how is it the state can dictate down to us what we have to do. Now I'm saying, step up to the plate, participate in the process so that you have a role to play and tell us how we can be partners. The bill specifies that the goal is for them to work with state regulations, federal regulations, so that we're working in concert, not at odds, in concert. Finally, there's, this fictitious claim that it's going to, again, be so expensive, it's going to bankrupt local jurisdictions to do this. And I'm at a loss. As I said, there are hundreds of municipalities, tiny cities, big cities across the country that have done this. They weren't bankrupted in the cost of putting together a plan. Quite frankly, any of those jurisdictions that have concerns about costs can use as templates the plans that our neighboring jurisdictions have. They can probably work off much of what already exists, use that as a template, and then focus on those things that are more prominent in their local jurisdiction. And I would finally say, if the concern is a local jurisdiction may have to spend $500,000, and I have no idea where these numbers come from, but they may have to spend $500,000, $600,000 to do this, to hire consultants in order to meet the requirements of this. When they come back to the state telling us they need $50 million, $100 million to build mitigation, to build new sewers, to raise their roads, I would say the cost of building a plan at that tiny amount is a worthwhile investment. So colleagues, to my friend from Mako who's going to be up here, yeah, Mako can put their heads in the sand and pretend it ain't happening, but as our coastlines wash away and that sand disappears, their heads are going to be down there drowning in the water. And I think we have a responsibility to our residents to ensure that we're looking out for their best interests. With that, I certainly would welcome any questions, Madam Chair.
Again, for people who are watching at home or in the room and aren't aware, the reason a bunch of senators are in and out is often because we have hearings in other committees. So no disrespect to this senator, to this bill, or any others, that's what's going on. So there are other favorable witnesses who are in the room. Senator Kramer, if it's okay with you and you can stick around, let's hear from them first and then take questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So Josh Tolkien from the Sierra Club and Jamie DeMarco from the Chesapeake Climate Action Network are with us. Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome back to E-Quad. You may go in either order.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, thank you very much. Josh Tolkien on behalf of the Sierra Club and our 60,000 members and supporters, we urge a favorable report. The timing of this legislation lines up with the implementation of the Climate Solutions Now Act. The Climate Solutions Now Act requires that the Department of the Environment create a plan on how to achieve this ambitious 60% reduction in greenhouse gases. That plan is due December of this year. The timing will be perfect for that to provide information to local jurisdictions on what the state's plan is and also the opportunities for them to contribute. There's certainly been discussion of burden sharing here. I'd like to flip this around and say that the investment the state is going to be making in greenhouse gas reduction offers significant economic opportunity as well as opportunities for federal funding. There are technical support. There's significant grant opportunities for improvement of infrastructure, stormwater, construction, transportation. The guidance that will come from the state plan will help individual jurisdictions identify the opportunities for them to contribute to the state's solution and also bring ideas back to the state. This plan's not going to be the end of the conversation. I think the feedback from the counties will actually help the state improve its plan. I think that an effective greenhouse gas strategy will really require the collaboration of state government and local government, and creating a mechanism for local jurisdictions to create climate action plans
will ensure that there is an iterative process and ongoing communication between the state and local plans. With that, we urge a favorable report.
Mr. DeMarco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Jamie DeMarco at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. We urge a favorable report. And I want to pass along some good news, which is that clean energy, wind, solar, and batteries are now the cheapest form of electricity generation available. That a report came out last week, which found that 99% of all the coal plants in America are more expensive to continue running than to replace them with local renewables coupled with batteries. There's 210, one of them, and 209 of them are more expensive. There's one in Wyoming that's the most cost-effective solution, but all the others are more expensive. At the same time, heating and cooling your home, the most cost-effective way to do that is now with a heat pump. The most cost-effective way to move around in a vehicle over the course of a lifetime of that vehicle is with an electric vehicle. Carbon-free solutions are now the most cost-competitive, affordable solution. That did not happen by accident. It happened because of policy choices among this body and other bodies that invested in wind and solar 20 years ago when it was more expensive and brought those costs down. And it's because of the Inflation Reduction Act, which puts us in a whole new world now, where the most clean sources of energy are the most affordable. However, that new reality butts up against the power of inertia. It is always easiest to keep doing what you've always done, and it takes some mental forethought to do something new. That is why it's so important to make a plan. The simple act of making a plan can help you better utilize these new technologies, even when they're not the technologies you've been using, that will save you money in the long term and give you opportunities you would have missed if you had just continued business as usual without taking the time to slow down and make a plan. That is why we think this is good policy for every county to make a plan about how it's going to incorporate these new, rapidly affordable, clean sources of energy and reduce our emissions. Thank you. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. I have a question. I'm not seeing any other colleagues with questions. And I can toss it to either the sponsor of the bill, Senator Kramer, or anyone else on this panel. I am from the MACO, Maryland Association of Counties testimony. One thing they say, quote, "The proposed plan includes aspirations to change not only public, but private buildings, vehicles, energy systems, and the like." And they say mandating each individual county to develop plans for mass transit strains the imagination, as no intra-county system would pass any reasonable cost benefit analysis, blah, blah, blah. So they take issue with the breadth of the bill. I wonder whether you are open to any thoughts of, part of a slice is better than no slice, or is there any conversations that you've had with MACO about making the bill narrower or modifying in some way?
Number one, I will share with you that I have never been approached by MACO or contacted by MACO about this legislation. I know my House colleague, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo, was very taken aback at the House hearing on this issue yesterday by the fact that MACO came in with the sky is falling commentary about the bill without ever having reached out to him. I will share with you, colleagues, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, there's nothing in this bill that we weren't doing and have not already done in last year's bill. We are looking at public and private changes to energy. We're talking about private buildings being electrified. We're talking about public buildings being electrified. So when MACO comes in with this disingenuous representation that the breadth of this is shocking, it's what we've already done. So they're a little late to the game on that piece of it. And again, I would love to go back to where they said mandating, and this is how wrong they are and how misleading they are. And I hope you all are concerned by this. They put in this in their comments, mandating each individual county to develop plans for mass transit strains the imagination. There is not one single reference in this bill to any mandate for mass transit. The only reference is the one that I made where it says, how could we possibly improve public transportation? So that statement alone, along with others, shows how misleading and disingenuous their comments are. So I would just again say, they'll come up and say, oh, the breadth of this it's overwhelming. But then they're also going to tell you, well, the counties are already doing it. The jurisdictions are already doing this. Can't have it both ways.
Senator Carozza, followed by Senator Hester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Kramer, I understand what you're presenting here. And you probably, if you were one of my colleagues on this committee, may anticipate what I'm going to raise. There's a big difference between the bigger counties and the smaller counties. And going back to the vice chair's point, when I read through this and I'm thinking, okay, Worcester County, Wicomico County, and Somerset County, and knowing that they don't have the staff and the expertise that the bigger counties have. So I looked at the first section and I see that under, it says each county shall prepare a climate crisis plan. And then underneath that section, Roman numeral 1 through 13 are pretty detailed requirements that we are asking these small counties. I mean, even to do one of them, but there are 13 detailed requirements, which again, going back to the vice chair's point.
Precisely.
Then you get to the section on vulnerable communities, and you have, I believe, at least 8 detailed requirements. And while that may not be, a heavy lift for our larger counties, I can tell you that this is a tremendous lift for smaller counties. And when you talk those numbers, I thought I was going to fall out of my seat when you said 500,000, no problem for a county to do a plan like this. I can tell you, like Worcester County, they're struggling just to figure out how to pay for the blueprint. So, I am, while you might have been offended by Mako's testimony, I can tell you that the impact on my 3 counties is tremendous. And really, I'm concerned about the lack of sensitivity to those small counties. So I just wanted, there is another side to this. And again, there's a big difference between Montgomery County and Somerset County. And so, the vice chair's question about, these are very detailed requirements. And I would like to see at least some flexibility on the sponsors and the supporters part of recognizing the challenges of these smaller counties.
And I love that question, Senator. So I will ask you, do you not have public health officials in your counties? Do you not have people who are architects, engineers, who are familiar with your planning processes, your council members, your planning staff?
Senator Kramer, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt for a second.
Sure.
First off, Senator Carozza did ask the question. So if you are able to answer her question, I also want to mention Senator Carozza and other colleagues. We have a lot of witnesses. So when you say there are 2 sides to this issue, I want to let you know that we have favorable with amendments and a number of unfavorable as well. So we still have a lot of turf to cover here. So if you're good, Senator Carozza, do you have a brief answer to Senator Carozza?
I have,
Josh, do you?
what I hope is an appropriate answer, Madam Chair,
That'd be
and
great,
that
Senator.
is that every one of our local jurisdictions has people who are there. Nothing says you have to go out and hire high-paid consultants. This is, why don't you have your local planning people look at? We are having flooding on Ocean Highway. How are we going to address that? How best do we do that? You don't necessarily have to have $1-million consulting companies come in and do that. I'm confident that in your jurisdiction, you've already got folks looking at that issue. And this doesn't say anything about having to hire high-priced consultants that are going to cost $500,000 or $1 million or $100,000. I am confident that every jurisdiction has within their jurisdiction and their local governments individuals with the capacity to respond to these issues. And like I said, some of them may have nothing to do with your jurisdiction. Others may be very important. And then when you identify those things that are problematic, you'll come back to the state and say, we need help. Here we have worked through this. These are our issues. That's the point to this. My point is there's nothing that says there has to be a fiscal note associated with it or the need to hire expensive consultants. Nothing at all in this.
Kramer and Senator Hester, your question is going to hold for a minute. Let me bring up, if I could, I see no other questions for this panel, so I think we can move on. We do have Aaron Greenfield with us, Bioenergy DevCo. There are other folks, both favorable and unfavorable, who are going to be testifying virtually. But after Mr. Greenfield, then we will shift to the unfavorable who are with us in person. So Mr. Greenfield, thank you. You have up to 2.5 minutes to testify.
Madam Vice Chair,
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of Bioenergy DevCo, and glad that I'm not here on behalf of MACO. One of the things I've always learned is never oppose a Senator Kramer bill. I am here favorable with an amendment on Senate Bill 250. Within these local county climate plans, our amendment, as you will see in the written testimony, encourages organic recycling and source separation, which is an important tool in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And the General Assembly has recognized the importance of this in defining organics recycling, as well as passing a couple sessions ago waste diversion law, which was effective January 1st of this year. For those reasons, respectfully request a favorable report with that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Greenfield. Thank you for your brevity. Any questions for Mr. Greenfield? Seeing none, that completes your testimony. And panel, there's not a question for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Tolkien. Okay. Thank you. We're going to shift then from favorable.
Thank you.
Senator Kramer. We're going to shift to the unfavorable folks. Kirk McCauley is with us, as are Robert Bartlett, Kyle Price, Larry Shiflett. If you all want to start, we'll just do the panels in chunks. There are many more. We'll get to you, Jean. I'm not seeing you. Actually, I'm not seeing you on the list at all. Did you sign up? Favorable with amendment. Jean Berner, I do not see you. Do you want to be super quick? Let's bring you up. Gentlemen, why don't you hold 1 second? We have one more favorable with amendment, but not signed up. But this is a Annapolis veteran who always has something interesting to say. Can we just make it super quick? If you could just sit by a microphone, please. Thank you. And if you could identify yourself and who you're testifying for.
I'm Bill Temick. I'm Bill Temick. I'm from Harford County. I live in Joppa. And for people who don't know where that is, you can look across it and see Chase and Harewood in Baltimore County. It's the mouth of the gunpowder. I like the bill. I think it leaves two things off the table that it needs to put on the table, where it says increasing the county's use of renewable energy. I think they should add or zero emissions energy, because there's a lot of other clean energies, ammonia, hydrogen, nuclear, possibly some others that are coming down the line. Same with where it says increasing the availability of electric vehicle charging stations. I think that's great. I would also suggest or other zero emissions charging stations. Harford County has probably more warehouses than anybody I've ever heard of. It's probably, after the Aberdeen Proving Ground, the biggest single employer en masse. All those guys are going to be going to hydrogen trucks soon. We should have charging stations. The other thing is, and I kind of somewhere in between the sponsor and MACO on this. I live in a county that will do everything it can to not follow this rule. I think there should be a little funding maybe a half cent or a cent each, and I don't know how you would put this in the bill, per person, per county resident, that the state would administer with the rule that we can take this back if you're not actually doing the job. Hartford County has all sorts of things they'll say they'll do. They'll put in a nice clean stream that's this wide, and then they'll pollute the heck out of a stream that's the size of this room because somebody asked them to. I think we gotta have a carrot and a stick, and it doesn't have to be big, but it solves some of the Mako problems too. Maybe a penny. You should allow the counties that are small enough to merge with the counties next to them that are small enough.
Could you do us a favor? If you have something in writing, could you bring it to Ms. Stanton? Would like to have your name.
I already said it, but I'll do it. Yep.
Okay, it didn't make the hearing list, so thank you. And that's one of those COVID things, is a few years later, you have a doppelganger here who is known. Sorry about that. So gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. Come on back up. So Kirk McCauley calling you again, Robert Bartlett, Kyle Price, and Larry Shiflett as the first panel of opponents. You all can go in. I don't see Mr. McCauley. Okay, so let's skip him for now. Mr. Bartlett, then Mr. Price, then Mr. Shiflett. Welcome to eQuad.
Thank you. My name is Bobby Parlett. I work with Birch Oil Company. I'm also a board member of NORA, which is the National Oil Heat Research Alliance. There are hundreds of small businesses scattered throughout Maryland who employ thousands of people working in the heating oil and propane industries. They supply fuels to your neighbors for both heating and water heating. They also provide kerosene to the Amish community, gasoline and diesel for transportation purposes and farming. My employer, Birch Oil, started in 1928. I personally have been in this business since 1978. Birch has several fourth and fifth generation family members working in the business every day. Based on this bill, Senate Bill 250, it seems that they should be looking elsewhere to earn a living. This bill tries to close the doors of hundreds of companies and thousands of employees by banning the fossil fuel business with no consideration of biofuels whatsoever. Last year, SB 528, the Climate Solutions Act now added biofuels. This was omitted from SB 250. And it specifically states that the individual counties have to ban fossil fuels. And this is a big concern of ours, and that they must be mandated to go to 100% electric with no mention of biofuels whatsoever. Why? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, does anyone on this panel even know what biofuel is and how it works? It would create green new jobs potentially throughout the state of Maryland with the crops in the fields that we grow in soybean, and transportation of those to be sent to the renewable sector for fuel and also for food for that matter, moving forward. You know, we could potentially even consider building a biorefinery in Maryland. There's plenty of areas where we could do that. We have waterways and things of that nature that could potentially deal with that. New England right now currently has a 20% biofuel being delivered, which means it's got 20% bio and 80% fossil. And we're working with 50% product and 100% product that's completely carbon neutral, actually has a negative carbon footprint. This bill would eliminate any of those opportunities. So I respectfully, you know, am not in favor of this particular bill in the way that it's written.
Clear, Mr. Bartlett. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Price.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kyle Price, Executive Vice President for Tevis Energy, third generation family owned and operated residential and commercial fuels distributor located in Westminster, Maryland and Carroll County. We have offices spanning across Northern Maryland as well as South Central Pennsylvania, servicing nearly 50,000 customers with home heating oil, propane, HVAC services, and provide commercial fuels to an array of industries, including agricultural, construction, transportation, and emergency services. My primary concern with Bill SB 250 is diversification. I've just celebrated a decade in this industry and have been asked numerous times from both residential and commercial customers on guidance for their purchasing needs. Energy and petroleum specifically represents one of the three of their largest expenses,
And I'm asked, how do I fortify my business or my home next season and for many years to come? I have and will continue to respond with emphasizing the importance of diversification in their purchasing portfolio. Much like a financial advisor, regardless of your risk tolerance, your investment portfolio should be diversified to hedge risk. This same concept should be evident in our energy policy today, and certainly in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. A single source energy solution, electrification, should not be our silver bullet to combating climate change. The petroleum industry has been investing in product development, logistics, and infrastructure for over 150 years. To consider these assets and investments negligible would be oversight. Furthermore, hoping that an untested electric infrastructure is poised for the demand that this bill stipulates is dangerous for Marylanders and their economy. I don't deny electrification as a valid avenue or tool to quell climate change. However, I strongly urge that this industry and products such as renewable diesel and biodiesel have their place in the state's energy portfolio. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Price, Mr. Shiflett.
All right. Larry Shiflett with Birch Oil. Mr. Parlett already provided you with the history, so I won't do that. I'd like to say thank you, not only for the opportunity to speak here today, but also for the endless amount of reading these climate bills have prompted me to do. So the Paris Accord, the IPCC reports, many EPA reports are real page turners. So they're amazing. I only wish that more of my citizens or fellow citizens would take the time to read them. Senate Bill 250, calls for a lot of things. A few that, stuck out for me are the requirements for a county level plan to reduce and eliminate the use of fossil fuels in new buildings, to move away from fossil fuels for vehicles and, sequestering carbon dioxide on a local level, to have that plan. There's a question that I've asked myself 1,000 times, and I'm going to formally pose it to you guys here today. But first, I'd like to share a few acronyms and terms that I learned in my reading this time around. Most of them from the EPA website, so I didn't make these up. By now we're all familiar with GHG, greenhouse gases. GWP, while it may not be a new one to you guys, was a little bit new to me. So the global warming potential, the GWP was developed so that we could measure the impacts of different gases compared to carbon dioxide or CO2. It measures the amount of energy absorbed, per se by a ton of carbon, and how long it will stay into the atmosphere. So CO2, per the EPA website, has a GWP of 1 and will stay in the atmosphere, again, per the EPA website, a long time. Okay. Another one that I learned about was F gases or fluorinated gases, and there's a ton of them, and they each have their own GWP value, if you will. So according to the EPA website, a few examples of these F gases are CF4, which is used in manufacturing of semiconductors and even solar panels. So CF4 has a GWP that is on average 7,000 times greater than CO2, okay? And will stay in the atmosphere 50,000 years. So they said CO2 for a very long time, but CF4, they took the time to say tens of thousands of years, or in this case, 50,000. So another one is CF6, which is used in transmission and distribution of electricity. And
Thank you, Mr. Shiflett. We appreciate the education,
Could I at
especially
least
in
pose my
acronyms.
question?
Finish
Just
your
real quick?
sentence. Go ahead,
So
please.
the question I would ask is that, are these bills intended to simply go electric or actually create a cleaner and greener environment? Because a lot of these bills read that it's about going electric.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shiflett. I'm afraid that's going to have to be a rhetorical question for the time being, since we won't hear back from Senator Kramer, although I'm sure that he and his staff would be willing to communicate. I see no questions for, I do see. Senator Gallion, question for this panel.
Thank you. I know we have a lot of witnesses, so just one quick one for Mr. Parlett. You talked about biofuels, especially like with soybeans. Could you just expand on that, how that works?
So what we're doing is we're taking soybeans, we're basically crushing them and taking the liquid product from the soybean and creating an energy. That energy could be converted into biodiesel, biofuel oil, a number of different variables. It could even contribute to biopropane or renewable propane. The benefit of doing it with soybeans is the fact that once you crush that, and we get out the liquid component, the dried ingredients goes into the food sector. There's other crops you could use too. Camelina is a cover crop that could be used. It's primarily used in the Midwest, but that could be planted in the fields of Maryland as a winter cover crop. Same thing. You can get the fuels out of that and move those fuels into the fuel sector. The one area where I think that the potential is that with Maryland, with all the fields and the farmers and everything else that we have, and we already have an expertise for soybeans, and we have a refining plant that was actually a transfer plant down at St. Mary's County at Stewart Petroleum's old plant. That could be a beautiful facility to at least look into or consider creating a biofuel or a biorefinery where you'd actually bring these goods in and actually create green new jobs in the state of Maryland. That's something that's not considered in this bill. I mean, this is where our future is going in the oils industry. And if we ban fossil fuels and today, we will never have an opportunity to bring these future fuels into mix. And the federal mandates have all been that they're going to sunset somewhere between 2045 and 2050, and will be required to be a 100% bio or carbon neutral product. We actually have test facilities in upstate New York that are 100%, carbon neutral, zero emissions. In fact, they have a negative carbon input when you add some solar panels with the heating plants. So we see this as the way we're going. This kind of really gets way out in front of all that to try to stop us from moving in that direction. And this is probably one of the most regulated industries that have been out there since the known about man. But again, going down the road, the future biorefineries could be done locally. They don't have a environmental impact like you would for, say, fossil fuels, for example. There's no drilling. It's all done based off of the food stocks that we're already growing.
Thank you, Senator Gallion. Thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony and your presence here in Annapolis. We have another panel here, Mike O'Halloran, Mark Callahan, Omer Dogru, and Dominic Butchko from Mako. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll get started while the rest of the panel comes up. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran here today on behalf of MAPTA and the Mid-Atlantic Propane Gas Association. I'm not going to take a lot of time. As you heard from the last panel, you hear from a couple folks on this panel. Our industries are going to play a vital role in the future of how we not only heat our homes, how we drive our cars, all of those things that we spoke about last year with the Climate Solutions Now Act. And, as I mentioned that, I also want to point out the idea of a single source energy policy was frankly dismissed last year when the General Assembly, this body included, removed the ban of fossil fuels, because hopefully the recognition then, as it will be now, is, to the testimony Mr. Parlett in the last panel, these industries are here. They are taking the steps to look towards the future and what that may look like biodiesel, renewable diesel, renewable propane, things of that nature. So look, the idea of a single source energy policy, it's not only costly, but frankly, it is dangerous. So, a diverse energy portfolio, which is what the state has, which is what the state should continue to use, is why we here are in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 250. Thank you.
O'Halloran, for your testimony and your brevity. Mr. Callahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Mark Callahan. I'm here representing the Mid-Atlantic Propane Gas Association, which is comprised of 43 different companies across the state. We employ over 1,000 people in the state, and we service almost 250,000 different households with propane. I'm also representing Callahan's Gas Inc. We have 12 employees and service on the Midshore 2,000 different customers. Our biggest customer is Queen Anne's County. We service 24 different locations, and they have four more locations coming on board to the tune of about 42,000 gallons of storage. When I see a bill that uses the words eliminating the use of fossil fuels, I look at that as a clear and present danger to my family, to my business, and to my industry. Why are we putting all of our energy eggs in one basket? We've got an electric infrastructure that's suspect, and we're going to ask it to do more. That makes us susceptible to blackouts and brownouts, makes us more vulnerable to attacks, whether they're cyber, terrorist, or otherwise. We become more exposed to weather issues like ice storms, hurricanes, and the like. I find the irony very rich that you're asking us to replace a gas furnace that burns at 93% efficient at a customer's house. You want us to make it electric. We're then going to burn a fossil fuel miles and miles down the road, transmit those kilowatts across transmission lines where we lose efficiency. The net effect of that is my heater now that's running at that house, it's electric, is now 50 to 60% efficient from the point where the energy was made. Propane is a part of the solution. Renewable propane is a byproduct of renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. We're part of the solution here. Everything in moderation, right? Please oppose Senate Bill 250. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Callahan. Mr. Dogru.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Omer Doru. I am the general manager of Tevis Energy. We're a tank wagon fuel distributor in Maryland and have been a strong part of our community since 1932. Myself, I'm an energy business and finance graduate from Penn State, and it wasn't until I stepped foot at my internship program during the junior year of my schooling that I found the existence of our industry. It was an area of energy services that I immediately became passionate about. Nearly 10 years since then, I'll share with you from firsthand experience that this industry is comprised of good, caring people and companies who put in a lot of hard work. As a commercial driver's license holder myself, I personally witnessed drivers and customer service representatives going out of their way to meet the heating needs of our community members in the cold, in the rain, in the weekends and evenings. This past Saturday was a perfect example of that, where I overheard a team member mention that our delivery drivers were the heroes of the day. And companies like Tevis Energy and others here are willing to invest in their people and their communities. Again, this is also an area that I could speak from firsthand experience, as I've been blessed with my organization making the investments in my self-development, leadership growth, including a company-sponsored MBA program. We all understand necessary measures are needed for a solution with climate change. However, with all due respect for our communities and employees, I'm asking everyone to be realistic with what this bill is proposing, as well as your consideration to not cut us out of the picture, but instead allow us, the small businesses, the opportunity to work with the state to implement overdue product standards that are needed in the marketplace. Other states have already mandated and proved that distillates can be renewable and product blends can be changed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
For your testimony, Mr. Doru. Did I get it right that time? Okay. Dominic Buchko with the aforementioned MACO, Maryland Association of Counties. Welcome back to EQuad.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Buchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. And can I just say it is good to be in front of EQuad today. What a warm welcome. First, I just want to say it's refreshing when someone reads your testimony, but I just wish the bill sponsor also read his fiscal note. I would like to start with counties agree with the intent of SB 250. It is important to plan for climate change, for natural disasters, and for electrification, et cetera. But while the intent is noble, this is the wrong vehicle to achieve those goals. Frankly, also, it's absurd to say that counties don't plan for climate change and we're not actively involved in mitigating against it. There are three reasons why this bill is bad: duplicative, excessive, and wasteful. On that first mark, and as it was already mentioned, this bill is incredibly duplicative. If you look at the fiscal note itself, it actually mentions where local governments in the state are working to plan for this. Not to mention, counties already do have climate resilience plans in many forms and fashions. This bill requires, to some extent, what is already being done. Excessive. This bill goes far and beyond what is considered the norm for any type of climate plan. And there is debate about what should actually be in a plan. When you're planning for electrification, you put that in its own box. When you're planning for sea level rise, you put that in its own box. When you're planning for transportation, you put that in its own box. One comprehensive 1,000-page Harry Potter book is not the best way to go about this. Garrett County, as it was mentioned, does not have to deal with sea level rise. So why are we going to put in a piece of legislation that requires them to study it? Caroline County is not a big county that has a mass transit network. So why are we going to require them to have someone to come in and look at it? And then finally, wasteful. And again, I would like to refer to the fiscal note. DLS says that this could cost upwards of $1 million to do one of these plans for some counties. I don't know about you, but I don't have $1 million sitting in my couch cushions to pay for it. And as the good Senator Carrozza mentioned, that is extreme for some of our smaller jurisdictions. In closing, the intent of this legislation is good. Counties are at the forefront when it comes to climate change and infrastructure and everything else, and we want to work there. But while the intent is good, this is not the right vehicle, and counties urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Butchko. Since I was at a pun competition last night, I have to just call you out on twice. You're talking about a vehicle when we're talking about climate change. So, I see no colleagues with questions for this panel. So I want to thank you for your testimony. We do have 4 witnesses who are testifying virtually, and we will shift to them. First up, Caroline Thorne, are you with us from the University of Maryland SGA? She is favorable. If Ms. Thorne can join us. We also have Philip Ellis, who is favorable with amendment. Let's see if we can get Ms. Thorne. We have Mr. Ellis. So let's start with Mr. Ellis, and then let's see if Ms. Thorne comes back. Philip Ellis, welcome to EQuad.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, delegates. I am Philip Ellis, and my colleague Aaron Boulware and I are from Willis Towers Watson. Aaron and I led work completed last year to define and assess the consequential risks facing the state of Florida for their House of Representatives. Climate and weather-related risks were a key part of this assessment. The work took 1 year for a state with a $1 trillion economy and a wide range and kinds of communities. The output of our Florida work was recommended on the recommendations on the investments to protect the state, prioritized according to their efficiency and impact. As just one example, we established the probability and impact of a Category 4 or 5 storm hitting southern Florida as part of the work, which was completed before Hurricane Ian hit that part of the state last year, and we accurately alerted Florida to the damages that would occur as the result of such a storm. The recommendations of the report provide a way forward for the state that has the potential to reduce the state's risk exposure, while saving its citizens billions of dollars in damages and in mitigation investment costs in the coming decade. As you consider SB 250, we wanted to make you aware of this work and offer a few suggestions on the bill. Erin, would you do so?
Thanks. For your consideration, we would assert that every county can and should approach setting priorities for protection against climate-related risks in a consistent way. Clearly, the hazards that they're faced with are going to be different, but the approach and the methodology could be consistent. What we posit is using a quantitative, data-driven approach that prioritizes expenditures in accordance with their return on investment. Also evaluating climate risks over a multi-year timeframe, 10, 20, 30-year periods, reporting back to Annapolis using a consistent format and methodology so that the state can then set statewide priorities with confidence. As a result, we suggest that you consider strengthening the role of the state in continuously guiding the counties as they progress and monitoring their progress in achieving goals of the plans that they develop. Obviously, some counties will need more help than others. Consistency of methodology and format is important so that, for example, one county with a coast on the Chesapeake Bay approaches sea level rise with similar assumptions and outcomes of its adjacent county. Thanks for your time. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
For the record, you are each signed up and signed up separately. So hypothetically, you could have each gotten 2.5 minutes. If you wanted to just briefly add anything more, since you did appear on the screen together. If not, we're grateful if we can move on.
Yeah, well, you can absolutely move on. I think we would simply say that a consistent approach is possible and desirable for the state.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. I see no questions for these 2 witnesses, and I just did some quick research. Willis Towers Watson is a British-American multinational company providing insurance company services, founded in 2016. It's a big company with a lot of people and a lot of expertise. Thank you for joining us.
You would call us high-priced consultants, I think.
I would call you that. It looks like that, actually. So thank you for giving us your time today. Trying again for Caroline Thorne. Ms. Thorne is not with us yet. She'll have one more chance if she hurries up. Vince McAvoy is back with us today, testifying unfavorably on this bill. Is Mr. McAvoy? Okay, so he's not here either. Seeing no questions, that will complete the hearing on Senate Bill 250. And next up is going to be Senator West. Hold on, back to the chairman.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to go to Senator Hester next. Senate Bill 256. And Senator Hester, we have Jeff Buttle as part of your sponsor panel. So Mr. Buttle, why don't you come on up here on Senate Bill again 256. And Senator Hester, you've got all the time you need. And then Mr. Buttle, you'll get 2.5 minutes. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. Senator Katie Fry-Hester for the record. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, esteemed members of the committee, thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 256, which will prohibit the use of oriented strand board in the buildings used for Maryland's firefighting training program. For those of you who were here last year, this bill may seem familiar. For those of you who are new, I'll go through just the basics of it. OSB, oriented strand board, is made from long flakes or chips of wood, which are often bonded together with a synthetic resin. Other binders are sometimes added to OSB to improve its durability when used in other circumstances. It contains a chemical called PMDI, polymeric methylene diphenyl disocyanate. I think I got it, which is when this is used in buildings for firefighting training, these materials pose a significant health risk to our firefighters. Firefighters already have a higher risk of developing cancer than members of the general public due to the nature of their work. In fact, cancer is the leading cause of death for those in the firefighting field. Cancer is the leading cause of death. We may not be able to control the circumstances for every individual fire that first responders encounter. We are, however, entirely in control of the circumstances that trainees experience when preparing to become a firefighter. I'm here today with a representative from the Montgomery County Firefighters Association to answer technical questions you might have, but for the reasons outlined above, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 256.
Okay, well, let's go to Mr. Buttle and then we'll open up for questions. Mr. Buttle, 2.5 minutes.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jeff Buttle, President of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland, and also the local union president for Montgomery County. The Professional Firefighters of Maryland represents more than 10,000 active and retired professional firefighters and emergency medical services personnel who proudly serve the citizens of the state of Maryland. Health and safety are of the utmost importance to our organization and the firefighters we represent. Unfortunately, more firefighters are dying of cancer each year. As Senator Hester mentioned, cancer has now become the #1 killer of firefighters dying from occupational diseases. Just to give you an idea of what that means, in 2022, when we honored all of our fallen firefighters across the United States and Colorado Springs, a total of 469 firefighters were placed on our memorial wall. Out of that, 348 of those were occupational cancer. In July of 2022, the International Agency for Research on Cancer announced the classification of occupational exposure as a firefighter as a Group 1 carcinogen, the agency's highest designation for agents that carry sufficient evidence of carcinogens in humans. This legislation is designed to reduce the overall exposure of firefighters to those harmful carcinogens that are absorbed over time, causing cancer in our firefighters. We have included several pages of written testimony that summarizes a variety of discussion points concerning the use of oriented strand board in firefighter training exercises. We've also attached in my written testimony a study that was done out of the University of Illinois that speaks to some of the more scientific aspects of this. And we look forward to working with the committee on a favorable consideration of this important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buttle. We've got Senator Carrozza.
For introducing this bill. I also want to recognize Melissa Bragg, my constituent from Worcester County. And I think you wear a couple different hats now with the professional firefighters, vice president now, I understand. So I want to recognize Melissa and also our president, Mr. Buttle. I do have a question. I want to understand by removing this material when you do the training, is there any way to measure or the impact that this might have? When I think about the training, and my nephew is a professional firefighter in Anne Arundel County, so I hear sometimes how much you all train, but I was just trying to capture what the positive impact might be of removing that from training.
Yeah, sure. So for training, when we're doing live fire training, we could simply use, and the study that I have in my written testimony speaks to this. You could just simply use ordinary wood. Most commonly when we're doing training, those are in the form of wood pallets, which are just wood that are not held together by the binding that holds oriented strand board together. And then also a common use is also just straw. We use straw a lot in live fire training. The difference with the oriented strand board is the epoxy that holds it together. When it burns, it has a higher absorption rate because of that binder that holds the wood chips together. So essentially, oriented strand board is wood particles that are held together by an epoxy binding, and it's the epoxy binding when that burns, it's absorbed into our bodies at a much higher rate, sometimes 3 times as high as just burning ordinary wood or straw. So it's not going to affect our ability to do live fire training. It's just we're going to be using products that are not as easily absorbed into the body. And that's what's causing the cancer over time for firefighters.
Okay, Senator Watson.
Yeah, just a quick question. So it seems based on my read that it's all about the resins that hold the wood together, right?
It is.
But we do have OSBs that don't have formaldehyde. Are those acceptable with firefighters?
Yeah, that's not. So the types of OSB that are used in firefighter training are the ones that do include them. I'm not sure that I'm aware of any of the non-OSB that doesn't have it that's being commonly used, at least here in the state of Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 256. We're going to next move on to Senate Bill 260. We've got Senator West, I believe there he is. And Senator West, you've got the floor for the time you need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And once again, Chairman Feldman and members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be before you. This bill deals with Maryland paint stewardship. This is a very significant recycling bill. And I want to explain what it's about and why I think it's the right bill for the committee to pass. 10% of all paint purchased annually in the United States, which is approximately 78 million gallons of paint, goes unused. It's called post-consumer paint. It's the largest product by volume and cost processed at household hazardous waste sites. It costs about $500 million a year to process it. Within Maryland, 1.3 million gallons of post-consumer paint is accumulated annually, costing the state $10 million each year for proper household hazardous waste management and cleanup. Baltimore City alone incurs up to $27,000 in costs each year from proper paint recycling. And their program operates only 6 months out of the year. However, approximately 80% of these 78 million gallons can be recycled into new paint. If your experience is much like mine, your cellars or your garages contain a plethora of these old paint cans just sitting around, containing old paint, which you're never going to use, but you don't know what to do with. The responsible thing, of course, is to recycle them in a time-consuming method by going to approved recycling sites and arranging for your paint to be taken off your hands. The irresponsible way for the paint to be recycled is for people to hide them in their trash cans, hoping that the people who pick up your trash will take the paint cans with them. But that turns our landfills into toxic waste sites because they're full of all these chemicals. The Maryland Department of the Environment recommends proper recycling of this hazardous waste at local collection programs. However, local recycling initiatives are infrequent, with some counties only collecting these hazardous materials once a year. And so if you miss the once a year cleanup collection, then you gotta wait a whole nother year to do something with all these paint cans, which have piled up over the years in your cellar or in your garage. Senate Bill 260 provides that by January 1st of next year, producers of paint sold at retail establishments in Maryland shall prepare a plan for a Maryland Paint Stewardship Program. The plan must provide for a convenient statewide collection of paint so that at least 90% of Maryland residents will have a collection site within 15 miles of their homes. And additional sites will be established in the urbanized areas of the state where most of the people live. The plan may provide that retail stores that sell paint are designated as paint collection sites, so long as the designated stores volunteer to participate. This bill will reduce post-consumer paint waste by requiring producers, retailers, and distributors to add a very minimal paint stewardship assessment for the cost of each can of paint sold. It will also establish the setup of drop-off locations for paint cans to be recycled. To pay for the cost of recycling, Senate Bill 260 requires a fee to be assessed by the retailer of paint on each container of paint between 1 and 5 gallons that's sold. The fees may not exceed the cost of administering the program, so nobody's going to be making money off of this. States that have adopted similar programs, the fee for a gallon of paint has averaged 75 cents, and the fee for 5 gallons of paint is about the same. How often do you paint a room in your house? In my case, it's maybe once every 5 years. And how many gallons of paint do we use? 5 gallons maybe for the room. So you're talking 75 cents once every 5 years. This program will be easy to implement, as programs very similar to this have been established in other states: California, Colorado, Connecticut, the District of Columbia, Maine, Minnesota, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington State have all implemented these programs with tremendous success. Since 2009, the combined effect of these programs has collected over 50 million gallons of post-container paint, saved local governments approximately $240 million in transportation and recycling costs, and created over 200 new jobs. Furthermore, paint stewardship legislation is supported by most paint retailers because it provides an opportunity for more customers to come into the store. Now, if a customer comes into the store carrying old paint cans that the customer wants to get rid of, many customers, while they're in the store, buy other things. So the retailers are delighted, generally speaking, to participate in this program. It requires dedicating a small piece of property out back, probably surrounding it with chain link fencing, where they can put these cans so that once a month, when the tractor trailer pulls in to pick up the cans, they can open up the securitized place out back, the truck take all the cans of paint, and then the process can start all over again the next month. This bill should not be seen as a clash between government and the private sector, but a legal green light to enhance cooperation with the paint industry on environmental protection. Once again, there is no requirement in this bill that any paint retailer has to participate. It's totally voluntary on the paint retailer's part. If the paint retailer wants more customers, they participate in the program, and they'll have customers coming to their door to turn in the paint. There is no fee at the time the paint is returned. The only fee, and again, it's about 75 cents per gallon to 5-gallon can, occurs at the time the paint is purchased. So for many people who have their cellars or garages with stored piles of paint cans, they can, once this bill is passed, they can take those cans to the participating retailers without paying a dime. And the retailers would take all those cans of paint off of their hands for free. Plainly, Senate Bill 260 establishes a convenient statewide paint collection and recycling program that is proven to be effective in other states at reducing government costs, protecting the environment, and creating jobs. I appreciate the committee's consideration of this bill and would be more than happy to answer any follow-up questions the committee may have. And do I have witnesses in person here?
You do, although they're not part of a, formal sponsor panel. So why don't we open it up? Any questions directly for the sponsor?
Sure.
We'll bring up the, we do have a number of witnesses signed up in person. Senator Watson, you're going to lead off.
Thank you for this, Senator West.
Sure.
The question is, so 10 minutes from my house, I have a landfill, which is where everybody goes and drops their paint off.
Right.
Does that qualify as the entity that's responsible for this?
Typically, most counties have landfills which are qualified to accept paint, and other landfills which are not.
So if you have one that's qualified to accept paint, wouldn't this be reinventing the wheel when you don't need to?
Well, yes, if the county wants to, then it costs the county a lot of money to take the paint and recycle it.
But the county's already doing it, is
Right,
what I'm
right.
saying.
So this could end up taking that responsibility off the county's shoulders, because the retailer, instead of taking it to the landfill, which is in your case 10 minutes away, and that's pretty close. Most people don't live 10 minutes away from a landfill, which will take recycled paint. But if you do, you can take it to the landfill, and the county wants to continue to recycle paint, it can do it. But once the system goes into effect, I think many counties are going to decide we're not going to recycle paint at all. You should take your paint to the participating retailers and turn it in for no money at all, free. And there are many more retailers in most counties than there are recycling sites.
So this doesn't cost us anything either to drop the paint off at the landfill.
No, but it costs the county money to
And
recycle
so,
the paint.
and so right now, our county also on occasion will send out trucks
Right.
and notify, residents and the HOA and what have you to bring your cans up, and we just drop them off and,
Again, if
take
Prince
care of it.
George's County wants to do that, there's nothing in this bill which would stop Prince George's County from operating the way it always has.
So if Prince George's County continued operating the way it was, this bill
Right.
goes in place, and you had paint manufacturers who decided not to participate, could they still be sold in the state?
Well, yes, there's nothing that says if a paint manufacturer doesn't agree to be part of this program, it can't sell paint. This bill is the inspiration of the paint manufacturers. They want to do this. Now, I'm not sure that every single manufacturer in the whole country participates, but most of the major paint manufacturers are behind this bill. So the bill has nothing in it which says if a paint manufacturer doesn't participate in the program, they can't sell paint.
And so if the county wanted to take on the responsibility, would they still be responsible for the fee to MDE?
No,
Okay,
no.
all right. Thank
No,
you.
the county, if the county wants to continue to do what they're doing, there's no reason why they can't do it, and it's not going to cost them an additional dime.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Brooks next.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator West, for the bill. Quick question. You mentioned that the retailers are enthusiastic about the bill.
Yeah, it was their idea.
Yeah, okay. Now, looking at the testimonies, there was an unfavorable coming from the Maryland Retailers Association.
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation, or did anyone from there have a conversation with you about the bill?
No, not this year.
Yeah.
I may have had one a year ago, but
Yeah.
not this year.
Okay,
This is the second year I've introduced this bill.
I see. Okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
I'd be happy, by the way, I'd be happy to sit down with them and have a conversation. Because again, there's nothing in this bill that requires any retailer to participate in the program. They can sell paint to their heart's content out of their stores, and they do not have to participate in this program. So when people bring paint back for recycling, they just wouldn't go to that place. They would go to a different location.
I just would note that the retailer, that's the only submitted unfavorable, straight up unfavorable. So you
Exactly.
may want to open up a conversation with
I love
Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the pleasure of leading the floor on this report last year. And my question is, the controversy at that point was the fairness between the manufacturers paying part of the recycling fee versus the consumers paying part of the recycling fee. Can you tell me what role the manufacturers play in in the contribution? So if the consumers are putting the 75 cents, they're paying for that when they buy the can of paint.
Right.
What role do the manufacturers play in their fair share of the recycling cost?
Well, they're running the whole program. My understanding is that the whole cost of the program is paid by the consumers. I wasn't aware that the manufacturers are, I not, in fairness, I never asked a question as to how much money the manufacturers are kicking in. They came up with this idea on their own. They said we can do recycling much more efficiently than dumping paint in local landfills. Most of the paint can be reused. So it's a good question. I guess I should have asked it to begin with. I'll go back to the manufacturers and ask for the financing, more information about the financing of the program. I don't think, for me, if I'm going to paint a room every 5 years and it costs me 75 cents to see that the paint's that's not used, and the can, by the way, both the paint and the can are responsibly recycled. I don't mind paying 75 cents once every 5 years. To me, it's money well spent to save the environment.
Any additional questions for the sponsor? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Senator West. We do have a number of witnesses signed up favorable. We're going to start with Martha Ainsworth. Next up, Brett Rogers. We're going to fill up the table. Chaz Miller. Drew Vetter. Is Mr. Vetter here? Okay, we've got room for one more, and we're going to go to Scott Castle. Mr. Castle here. Okay, let's in the order I called everybody. Martha Ainsworth, you're going to lead off.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth. I'm the chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team. I'm speaking in support of SB 260, the Paint Stewardship Program, on behalf of the 70,000 members and supporters of the Maryland Sierra Club. So as Senator West said, nationwide, about 10% of paint purchased goes unused, and most can be recycled. When it's dumped in the trash or down the drain, unused paint adds to the cost of waste disposal and can contaminate the environment. So 18 counties, Maryland counties and Baltimore City, offer paint collection and recycling to residents, but often it isn't convenient. It's at a central location or only a few days per year. 5 counties offer no paint collection or recycling of paint at all. The Paint Stewardship Program will make paint manufacturers responsible for collection, reuse, recycling, and disposal of leftover paint. It's effective. It's already operating in 10 states. New York has just recently passed that bill, and Washington, D.C., offering convenient locations for returning leftover paint. And I'm going to admit I have 30 cans of paint in my basement that I'm anxious to get rid of, and I've been waiting for this program to go into effect. Counties that currently offer, and this is in answer to Senator Watson's question, counties that currently offer paint collection would save tens of thousands of dollars annually. In 2019, for example, Prince George's County spent $165,000 on paint collection and recycling. So under the Paint Stewardship Program, taxpayers would not be footing these costs. The program is financed by that assessment that Senator West mentioned on each can of paint sold. It may not exceed the cost of running the program. And MDE must approve program plan, annual reports, and audits. So there is oversight. The plan must be renewed every 5 years. So Maryland Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 260. And we thank Senator West for his leadership on this bill.
Okay, why don't you give the mic to Mr. Vetter? He can go next, and then we'll go back to the other side of the table.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. I'm Drew Vetter here on behalf of the American Coatings Association, which is a nonprofit trade association that advocates on behalf of the paint and coatings industry. And as Senator West noted, it is the industry that's putting forward this proposal, which I would note is rather unique for the industry to come forward here. to say that there is a more responsible and sustainable way to take care of the end of life of their products. So that's something that sets this program apart. And I don't want to repeat the good descriptions that the witnesses have given so far about how the program works. I do want to just point out and reemphasize a couple points. There are a lot of stakeholders who benefit directly from this bill. First, there are consumers who will benefit from having a free and convenient network of locations to dispose of unused paint. Retailers. In states where this is operational, retailers have liked this program, given the additional foot traffic it drives to their locations and through being able to offer an additional service to their customers. County governments benefit from the option of being able to get out of the business of collecting leftover paint and realizing significant cost savings as a result. And that's at their option, not mandatory, as was noted previously. And the environment benefits through diverting unused paint from the waste stream, reusing it, recycling it so that it does not end up in landfills and waterways. I also just want to quickly address the issue of the assessment. And the first thing I want to note that the assessment is quite small and a very low percentage of the cost of a container of paint. So that's the first thing. And second, we believe that an assessment is the best way to pay for this program. I think in response to Senator Hester, in theory, you could design a program where the costs are absorbed by the industry. But in practice, it's highly likely that those costs may end up being borne by the consumer anyway. So this assessment, as it's laid out in this bill, is a more transparent way to do it, we would argue. Consumers know exactly what they are paying for, and there are many guardrails built into it in the bill. That we've already said the fee can't exceed the cost of the program. It's prohibited from having an excess or a surplus, and the fee is reviewed each year. So we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vetter. And again, everybody's got 2.5 minutes. Clock's up there on the screen. We're next, we'll go to Chaz Miller.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and especially on behalf of the Maryland Recycling Network, thank Senator West for his leadership on this issue. I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. Our members are public sector recycling managers, private sector recyclers, and advocates. We have a long history of supporting EPR for paint. Every year this bill has come up, we've come here to testify in favor of it. I hope this is our last year of having to testify in favor of this bill. 10 states have these laws in place. They've been operating very effectively and very efficiently. I'd echo everything that Senator West and the other two panelists have already said. The reasons for it, we don't need to spend that time again. So right now, I'd just like to say, let's get her done. Let's get this bill through both houses. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you pass that mic on to your right and tell us your name, and you got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Brett Rogers. I'm here to represent Paint Care. I work for Paint Care, the nonprofit organization set up by the industry to operate the program currently in 10 other states and the District of Columbia. And I'm proud to say I only have 1 gallon of paint in my closet at home in DC. And that's because I learned to follow my own advice and use up what we have left and recycle the rest. And we have done that. We've reduced down from 10 gallons in the closet because everybody does have it. In fact, we had an event in Washington, DC, where 200 cars came to the Blue High School parking lot to drop off their paint through our program. And I've never seen so many people excited about garbage, and they really do get excited. They're happy, they're relieved, because they know that they're not supposed to hold on to it, and they know they're not supposed to throw it away, and they don't know what to do with it. And we're there to help them with that. We have over 2,400 drop-off sites in our existing 11 programs across the country. About 3/4, 70% are retailers. The retailers talk to us, and they get a lot of benefits from the program. Side benefits, not just the benefit of helping the environment and diverting the waste from the landfill. They also like the opportunity to meet new people who come into their door, have a reason to come into bricks and mortar retail and not go online, and to come to them and not their competitor to drop off their paint. So they get that sales lift, that foot traffic lift, and they like that as small business owners in addition to the environmental benefit. We also advertise them on our website and in our outreach materials to direct people to them to drop off their paint. and they appreciate that. We give them training and support, signage, educational materials to give out to their consumers as they go throughout the year, anytime they need them. In fact, we're within 15 miles of 97.7% of the populations in the 11 states where we operate currently. We have actually at this point surpassed 60 million gallons collected and processed nationwide. Of that, most of it is latex, and most of the latex is recycled or put to some other product use. Some of the oil-based is used in HHW incineration or another fuel additive. And people love knowing where it's going. They love seeing the recycled content paint that comes out at the other end and goes back on the shelves. And I just want to mention painting contractors. They're going to say, what about that fee? And it's when I meet painting contractors, as soon as I tell them that we'll give them a free pickup for 100 gallons or more, they don't care about the fee anymore.
Okay, thank you. And then playing cleanup here, sir, why don't you pass that mic on? You've got the last word on this panel, 2.5 minutes, and tell us your name.
Great. Thank you for having me here. My name is Scott Cassell. I'm the CEO and founder of the Product Stewardship Institute, and our organization is a 20-year-old national nonprofit with membership from 47 state governments and hundreds of local governments around the country. This bill is about responsibility, and I will take full responsibility here for being the one to go to the paint industry in 2002 and say, 10% of your paint, which is now 85 million gallons every year, is left over. And to manage that properly, which is about $8 per gallon or more, it would be over $500 million. When I went to the industry, I asked them to work with us. And at that time, we had many state governments working with us. They said yes. They were the first industry association in the United States on any product. Well, we worked together, and I ended up working with many others to mediate a national agreement that was signed by state and local governments, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the paint industry, painting contractors, and many others. And that's the bill that you have before you today. There's a model bill. Everyone wants harmonization around the country. This is the model that has been in 10 states in the District of Columbia. You heard the advantages. It would be up to $10 million to manage that paint here in Maryland of all the leftover paint. If there's anything I can say, I talk to retailers myself. They love the program. They like getting people in the store. They don't need to do it. Some of them say it's too small. The staff, you have to train them. But most of it love it. And of course, it's voluntary. They don't need to do it. So I don't want to repeat anything else that was said here, but I really hope that it does pass this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none. We do have one more in-person witness signed up and then one virtual, both favorable. We're going to go to in-person. Heidi McAuliffe. Ms. McAuliffe, why don't you come up to the witness stand? And you have signed up favorable, and you've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Heidi McAuliffe, American Coatings Association. I want to thank Senator West for bringing this bill and for his enthusiasm. I do represent the paint industry, paint manufacturers like Benjamin Moore, Sherwin-Williams, Behr, all the paint that you see on retail stores. We've been supporting this program for over 15 years. The entire industry really wants to see this program move forward and expand to new states. I sincerely hope that Maryland is our next one. I really want to talk to you though and focus on the funding mechanism for this program. So talking about the finances for paint care, on the expense side of the ledger, 75% of our costs are the collection, transportation, and processing of paint. So that's sending a hauler out to all of our pickup locations, taking it back to a processor, evaluating all the paint, making that decision, and doing the actual processing. Like I said, that's 75% of our costs. The remaining 25% covers the cost of outreach and education, not only to retailers, but to consumers. We take that responsibility really seriously to try to educate consumers on how to manage the leftover paint. And we provide all of that outreach material to our retailers so that they can in turn disseminate it to consumers. We also have salaries, the fees that we pay to the Maryland Department of the Environment, hopefully, as part of that 25%, as well as corporate expenses like legal, professional, communications, and IT, those types of expenses. But that's really the expense side of the ledger. On the revenue side is the fee that you heard Senator West talk about and Drew talk about as well. 100% of the revenue for paint care is the fee that is assessed on the sale of a new can of paint. It is, as I said, 100% of our revenue, no charge for returning the paint, no cost to retailers, zero cost to the state of Maryland because we do pay the agency for their oversight and enforcement activity. And again, this is a nonprofit organization. There's no profit motivation here, no payouts over time. All of the money is put back into the program for improvement and continued operations.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, we have, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got one final witness on this bill signed up virtual. Heather Prasuti. She's
Hi,
available.
yes.
There, okay.
Good
Okay,
afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Heather Prasuti and I'm with GDB International. I request your favorable support of SB 260 for the Maryland Paint Stewardship. GDB is a recycled paint manufacturer with over 25 years of experience in recycling post-consumer paint back into high quality paint. We've been working with paint care for over a decade to recycle the leftover paints and diverting millions of gallons of paint from going into the landfills. I may be echoing some of the stuff that has been said earlier, but each year about 10% of the paint purchased by Maryland residents becomes leftover, resulting in more than 1.3 million gallons of leftover paint each year in the state. If all of this paint was managed through household hazardous waste collections, it would cost probably more than 10 million per year. SB 260 would establish a convenient statewide paint collection and recycling program for all Maryland residents and businesses that's operated and financed by the paint industry. Paint stewardship legislation is actively supported by the American Coatings Association. And I would like to add that it's also supported by a vast majority of the retailers in several of the states. They like to bring the foot traffic into their stores. And SB 260 is consistent with paint stewardship legislation passed in the other states, District of Columbia, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Maine, Minnesota, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington. So this model bill has produced tremendous results since 2009. We've collected more than 60 million gallons of leftover paints, relieved local governments of over 240 million in paint transportation and processing costs. It's created a lot of jobs throughout paint collection and recycling, and added more than 2,000 voluntary collection sites, of which 70% are retail locations, providing convenience to the residents of Maryland and reducing that burden on local government programs. So we would love to see this program move forward this year as well. So again, we request. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for the final witness here? Thank you for your testimony. And that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 260. I believe that's it. Next up, we've got two bills from Senator Augustine, the final two bills of the day, and we're going to start with Senate Bill 222, unless you have a preference. Okay, we'll start with 222. And you've got a sponsored panel of three witnesses that I'm going to call up: Dan Felton, Scott Cassell, and Adria Crooms. Those are designated as the sponsored panelists. So those three, if you can come up to the witness table. on Senate Bill 222. And then we'll go from there. So Senator Augustine, you've got the time you need to present the bill.
Thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 222, Environment Reducing Packaging Materials Producer Responsibility. Colleagues, do you ever think about what type of package a good you purchase comes in? Obviously, we are drawn in by marketing and the very packaging might work, but do you think about what type of plastic might be used to hold, that big washing liquid you purchased that, leaks on the edges as we have, how we always have those things that leak on the sides. I don't, I know that. But I do dutifully every Wednesday, because it's part of the job in my house, put the recycling out in the recycling bins. And, during the post-pandemic, we really have changed our behaviors in my house. And so, a large amount of what we have, we now put in the recycling, and a lot less goes into the, the regular trash for us. But even when I'm doing that, do I know that, like plastic bags got to come out of there because, they gum up the stuff at our recycling facility. So I know I got to pull that out. But what I don't know is whether or not those plastic things that I'm actually putting in there are actually recyclable. I don't know. I really don't know. I just kind of put them in there and I make the assumption just sort of based on those broad categories that's it. And I'm trying to do the best that I can to be a good steward of our environment. Now, Senator Watson, you asked earlier about with regard to that paint, I think it was the paint program, about who is going to pay for it. And, we're already paying for those things. Or rather, you said, well, will we have an extra amount to pay or something like that? Well, the answer really is that the county is currently paying for that. So you are paying for it in those high property taxes that you know that we have in Prince George's County that so many of our folks are always talking about. It's built into there that we actually, as those taxpayers, are paying not just for the paint, but we are also paying for this recycling and the recycling programs that we have. It's a part of what we pay for. And the thing is that we have to manage it. Our local government tries to do it. We try to be good stewards about this thing. But the local government, they just don't have any role in the decisions made by the person who made the material in the first place as to what then ends up into our recycling bins. There's just no kind of connection between what's here and then what ends up being in the recycling bin. And that's a large part of what this bill is about. I mean, this bill is about getting the incentives right. We all kind of are going to acknowledge the fact that we have this throwaway society at this point that we all agree is just not what we want to be. We want to be a more circular economy where we're recycling and we're being better stewards. This bill is about helping us to be able to do that. And so what the bill does is it creates a mechanism for the Department of the Environment to implement a producer responsibility for packaging. Now, the Maryland Department of the Environment will oversee what's called a producer responsibility organization for the packaging system that shifts the cost of recycling from our taxpayers and local governments to the producers of the packaging and incentivizes those producers to make smarter packaging choices in the process. So the bill creates the outline for a system in which producers will reimburse local governments for existing recycling services and those operations that I talked about, and that it will fund infrastructure investments to improve and expand that recycling across the state. The bill also incents producers to meet environmental goals by reducing that packaging, changes the way that they do the packaging in the first place, using post-consumer recycled content in packaging and improving that recyclability. And so we manage our waste system, obviously it's critical to our environment, to our health, financial quality of life issues for us. but we have to do that better job, as I mentioned. Well, then how much is it costing us? Again, how much is it costing us? And this is a changing sort of environment. So in 2010, Baltimore City, because it used to be this way, like recycling used to be a profit center for a number of our jurisdictions. And so in 2010, they earned like $600,000 for their recycling program. But by 2019, it was costing the city of Baltimore $1.6 million for the recycling program that they were doing, that they have. And similarly in Charles County, in 2015, they made around $30,000. But then by 2019, it was costing them over $700,000 in order to do their very best to be good stewards and to continue to maintain this recycling program. Now, that's significant money, it's significant money that could have been used to pick up additional litter. It could have been done to reduce those property taxes, at least for us in Prince George's County. We could have committed to increase recycling and more environmental stewardship as well. So like I said, a lot of money on this legislation really creates a tool to help with that. So these packaging decisions made by the producers can have a dramatic impact on this local government budget. So let me share the economic environmental implications of a simple packaging material decision through the example of two nearly identical cups in Montgomery County with their program and stuff like that. So everybody knows the little red cup, right? Everybody knows red cups, right? We all know red cups, yeah. And so you got a red cup, recycled number 6 plastic, okay? These cups. And a 6-cup costs the county $135 per ton to remove from the recycling stream because it doesn't work in their recycling. So they got to remove it from the stream and then they got to incinerate it. That's what Montgomery County has to do because that's what they do when it goes back into their regular trash stream. But on the other hand, a nearly identical cup, but it's number 1 plastic. I'm not going to say what the name of it is, something, but a number 1 plastic cup can easily be recycled and sold for a profit of $375 per ton. So it just makes sense to have that where we are changing the things and choices that are being made so that the producers have a reason to make that change. Right now, they have no reason to make the change. For them, it's like this little red cup, if it markets better and it looks, folks like it more, let's stick with that one. We don't need to make a little change there. This looks to change and put the incentives in the right place to make all of what we do more efficient. So this this producer responsibility, Vice Chair Kagan is not here, but I'm doing my best to stay away from the acronyms. The producer responsibility system from the Maryland Department of the Environment will undertake a full needs assessment of our Maryland recycling system, and this is what the bill does, in partnership with the local governments to assess the state of recycling and composting infrastructure and process for our state. After the assessment, producers that make packaging choices for products sold in Maryland will create a producer responsibility organization. Each producer responsibility organization creates a plan that must be approved by the Maryland Department of the Environment. The plan must detail the performance goals for reducing packaging, using the post-consumer products that I mentioned, increasing recyclability and packaging, improving our rates of recycling. And the plan must also detail how the producer responsibility organization will reimburse local governments, as I mentioned, for the recycling services and fund modernization of our recycling infrastructure. The legislation also has an advisory council composed of diverse stakeholders, including local governments, collectors, processors, producer responsibility organizations themselves, environmental advocates, and residents to provide input on the plan that is going to be approved by the Maryland Department of the Environment. Now, once implemented, those products will take on a portion of the producers will take on a portion of the cost associated with recycling packaging materials, with incentives to change less for more recycle-friendly materials while investing in our recycling infrastructure and operations. And the producer is the brand owner, for you all to understand. So that's who the producers, that's who we define broadly as the producer. So Tide, in this instance, you're seeing up here, and they got all these kinds of dishes just to kind of give you an example of what we're talking about. All right. So the producer responsibility, just so that you know, like this is a concept that is taking on, it's moving across, it's very strong across the world already. I'll say that. So packaging, producer responsibility for packaging, just in other countries and Canadian provinces, nations that have well-established producer responsibility packaging programs have higher recycling rates, as high as like 70 to 80% in Europe versus a 50% here in the United States, and lower rates of contamination in that recycling stream, again, because they've figured out a way to make this more efficient. And then we also have had some progress here in the United States. So here in the United States, we've had the creation of these producer responsibility organizations in Maine and in Oregon in 2021, and both Colorado and California have also passed in 2022 new producer responsibility initiatives. And there are still more others who are on their way. And Maryland needs to be a leader. Chair Feldman, you always talk about how Maryland leads. You know, we need to be a leader. We still have an opportunity to be a leader on this and not kind of get left behind with regard to some of these recycling things. The other thing I just want to say to you all is that this is not actually like a novel concept also for us here in Maryland. Right now, you may or may not know this, but with tires, we actually have a tire recycling fee. I don't know if you all knew that or not, but we have a tire recycling fee. And this tire recycling fee, and where it comes from, and you all will remember this, in the early 90s, you all remember how we had tires, like stacks of tires, like all over the place. It was just a mess. And it was really, you know, bad for the environment, impossible to recycle those things, just really bad. And so the legislature in the 90s came up with this tire recycling fee for new tires sold in Maryland. Now the fee applies to the first sale of a tire in Maryland. The tire recycling fee is imposed on those who sell the tires rather than those who purchase them. It excludes sales for like tire wholesalers, out-of-state retailers, and the fee is 80 cents on each new tire. It's 80 cents on each new tire. So what's done though with those funds that are collected is that it goes to support the Maryland Department of Environment, their program, their scrap tire program that's dedicated to ensuring the cleanup of those illegal scrap tire stockpiles and to managing the collection and transportation, recycling, processing of the scrap tires that are generated in the state of Maryland. The scrap tire is a tire that can no longer be used for its original purposes, and those scrap tires, obviously we know have been all over the place. Now, what has it been done here? Now, in the state of Maryland, we have, over the course of the life of this program, recovered over 10 million scrap tires from those illegal stockpiles. It's something that's worked, and we can know it because we can see it, because we can see that we don't have the tires all over the place the way that we used to have it. Another one that we also have is for electronics. We have a statewide electronic recycling program. And in that program, there is a registration, and you all would remember this too. You all remember when we would have like computers like all over the place because they didn't know how to recycle them, and circuit boards and everything else. Well, the state again thought of it in 2007 to come up with an electronic recycling program. And in that electronic recycling program, with covered electronic devices like computers and video displays, there is a fee that the manufacturer pays that goes, and an ongoing registration that goes towards the ability for our state to recycle our tires. And so, I'm sorry, not our tires, our electronic devices. And again, this is a program that has been extremely successful at reducing and placing the costs associated with the recycling of our electronic devices in the right place. So in 2020, the General Assembly created a work group on waste reduction and recycling. And they surveyed all the counties and recycling and waste, and several themes emerged. But significantly, the county said, one, Variable recycling markets are upending local government budgets, which we know has been going on. 2, packaging waste is increasing due to overpackaging and the rise of e-commerce, and landfills are nearly at capacity with little room to expand. We know that too. And so we need to really reduce the waste. And this is a real way for us to be able to do that. Now, I will share with you all that what you have in your packet is a piece of work that was worked on last year. This is a bill that where we ended last year is where we start this year with this piece of legislation. Last year, there was an extensive amount of work, extensive amount of compromise that was put in by the stakeholders on this. And it was led by our woman who is now our comptroller, Brooke Learman. Brooke Learman really was she worked very hard to come up with a very comprehensive program that is supported by both members of the environmental community and industry players. Now, look, there are people, as is always the case, because we are in compromise, we're in the business of compromise. There are folks who are not happy, but that's what we do. We try to come up with what is the best that we can possibly do that meets our stated goals. And I think that this piece of legislation where we are is pretty close to that. Now, with that being said, it's a new year. I've been receiving a lot of comments from different groups and stakeholders, which we're collecting, looking to incorporate into this piece of legislation, to listen to it. I think a lot of them probably have already been heard, and we've already dealt with them in the legislation, but we're still open to it, and I'm listening to try to get this thing right. But this is the right thing for us to do for our, for our state. It's a solid piece of legislation, and I'm going to urge a favorable support for Senate Bill 222. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Augustine. Why don't we just go through the panel, and then we'll open up question. I inadvertently did not include Sherry Wilson. Is Ms. Wilson in the back? She was also designated as a member of the sponsor panel. So Ms. Wilson, why don't you come up here? And
Scott, you
okay. You can,
go ahead, Andrew.
okay, get your glasses and come on back up. And then do you have any kind of sequence, Senator Augustine? Okay, and tell us your name.
Absolutely. My name is Andrea Crooms. I'm the director of the Department of Environment for Prince George's County. So I operate that landfill. I'm also in Senator Watson's district. So although I was formerly in Senator Carrozza's district when I was in Worcester County, but I'm going to talk a little bit. One, Prince George's County strongly supports this bill. We also appreciate that the amendments we put forward last year were all adopted into the bill, and appreciate the language that protects our investments. Prince George's County runs the most advanced waste infrastructure in the state. We run the only government owned and operated MRF with an optical sorter. We also have arguably one of the best waste diversion pieces of infrastructure in the country. So if anyone can figure it out, Prince George's County can figure this out. I am sorry, Montgomery County chairs and vice chairs, just it is what it is. So I want to talk to you a little bit about waste and what it costs for us to deal with it, and what producers are doing in terms of their packaging that doesn't make a lot of sense to us, and frankly doesn't make a lot of sense to their engineers. When you go out and you talk to the engineers who are working inside of these factories, there's a disconnect in a lot of cases between what the engineers are recommending and then what the marketing folks are recommending. So right now, the most valuable item in the recycling world is PET. And the reason the most valuable item in the recycling world is PET, it actually sells for higher recycled than it does virgin, is because of the bottles industry's, concerns about being regulated and choosing to create what is essentially one of these EPR organizations to take the bottles back. So they have an Every Bottle Back initiative, which means that I can sell this right now for around $400 a ton. The second most valuable thing in the world of recycling is HDPE2 in its uncolored state. So anyone who's ever colored their hair knows that you cannot go lighter, you can only go darker if you're gonna dye, or you've got to bleach it to go lighter. So if you start out with a light color, this light color has the ability to be made and remade into this bottle again, not into, Trex material, but actually into this bottle again. This is selling for a little over $300 a ton. The next thing is HDPE with colors in it. We see this with all different kinds of colors from, from white all the way to black and yellows and oranges. And it's really about marketing this, right? Like you immediately knew this was Arm & Hammer. You immediately knew this was Tide, right? And so that's really about the marketing. You can.
I'm finding this very informative, so you can keep going.
So many times it gets so much longer when I'm here. So the long and the short of it is really the producers have the option to put this in all of these different ways. This is all laundry detergent, right? You can go out and you can buy all of these things in all of these ways. There is no market to recycle this. It doesn't even have chasing arrows on it. Oh, so they're not trying to convince me I could recycle this at least. There's no market for me to recycle this, but I don't know that our consumers know that, right? And so we have the opportunity by asking the manufacturers to make a choice to put it in the more valuable item, to put it in the thing that's easier for us to handle and can be more easily recycled to eliminate the problem of things that are unmarketable. And the other thing that we have is we'll now know what needs to be in certain materials, right? So the producers come back to us and they say, well, I still need certain things to be in low density polyethylene. I still need certain things to be in polyvinyl chloride. I still want to use polystyrene for some reason. We could develop markets that would allow that to be recycled because we'd have some consistency and understanding of the market. And I'd be able to market those items that currently are residuals that return to the landfill because I don't have markets to sell them to consistently.
Thank you. That was very, very informative. Let's go down the rest of the, yeah, why don't we restate your name? I know you just signed the last bill, but do it again here. You got 2.5 minutes, unless you're really, really informative, then you can get longer.
I'm not sure I'm going to beat that. Sorry. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name again is Scott Cassell. I'm the CEO and founder of the Product Stewardship Institute. We're a 22-year-old national nonprofit. We work to reduce the health and environmental impacts from consumer products all across their life cycle, including packaging. For the past 50 years, local governments in Maryland and all around the country have taken on the financial and management responsibility to recycle tens of millions of tons of waste generated each year. Now, they must budget for unpredictable recycling costs. They rely on waste disposal capacity that might not be here tomorrow. They cannot control, as Senator Augustine said, they can't control the types of materials that are used by consumer brands for they can't tell what packaging they want. They just have to buy it in what's there. And a policy solution exists in Maryland to change the scenario. And this is called, extended producer responsibility. Extends upstream and downstream. And it's EPR is the acronym. Sorry, Vice Chair. It holds brand owners responsible for financing and managing their post-consumer packaging. 4 states have already passed this law, as the senator said, Maine, Oregon, Colorado, and California. And about a dozen other states, including Maryland, are considering such bills this year. These laws have been successfully operating across Europe for over 35 years and over 15 years in Canada. They do work to increase the recycling rate to rates up to 70 or 80%. And Maryland communities could save up to $100 million. Connecticut, they figured out $50 million, 3 million people. You're over 6 million, it's about double. $100 million is the cost just to recycle. And that would be a savings. SB 2022 contains all the proper elements of EPR programs. We did develop a model with state and local governments around the country. This is based on that model. The Advisory Council allows for input from all different groups. It exempts small businesses, and I respectfully urge you to pass this out of committee favorably. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you pass the mic on to the next witness and tell us your name, and then you got 2.5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. My name is Dan Felton, Executive Director of Ameripen. We're the American Institute for Packaging and the Environment. We're a US-based trade association association that represents the entire packaging value chain. What does that mean? I represent brand owners, the producers that Senator Augustine mentioned. We also represent packaging manufacturers, the material suppliers for those manufacturers. I also have recyclers within my membership. That's important as American steps forward for only the second time in many, many years to actually be in favor of support a packaging producer responsibility bill. And that is what I'm here to do today, to tell you we fully support this bill. We did the same with the legislation last year in Maryland. And that's important when you talk about those who my membership represents across the packaging value chain. Is it a perfect bill? No, no bill is ever a perfect bill. However, we do believe it is a very well thought out strategic approach that actually we feel is better than the 4 laws that are in place, positions Maryland to be a leader in this space. And yet we want the opportunity to continue to talk about that collaboration that the senator mentioned. We want to be able to continue those conversations, bring more people along so they can come off opposition, ideally support with amendments. And we feel that now is the time for Maryland to do this. And I want to give you my commitment that we're here to do this. And with that said, I also just want to have you remember that as we look at this issue, it's complicated. Paint is complicated. You heard earlier, this is far more complicated. Complicated doesn't mean it can't get done. It just means that we have to have more people at the table talking about the issues, trying to find solutions. And I just want to give you Americans commitment today that we're here to do that. And again, encourage you to move this bill favorably forward. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Sherry Wilson. I'm with Trash Free Maryland. We're the only advocacy organization working solely on reducing trash and litter in the state of Maryland. We are here in support of this proposal, and you've heard a lot of detail. So I think maybe the most useful thing for me to do is to step back and look at the very big picture. If you look at recycling in Maryland, the Maryland Recycling Act was enacted back in 1988. All of us who support recycling and most of our citizenry does, and polls show that they want recycling and they want to get rid of trash and litter in their communities. Our system is built on the shoulders of local governments who have, from scratch put in place programs to provide for the collection, the processing, the marketing of the recyclables, and taxpayers. We as consumers are paying for those local government programs, and we are paying for the cost of getting all this stuff back and then trying to market it. And so when we look at this program, we see a program that is being used across the world to reduce the volume of materials that we are producing in the first place. And this bill also provides for reimbursing local governments for both a portion of the cost of collecting and processing and reselling these packaging materials. And also it funds a better recycling infrastructure in Maryland. And Senator Augustine, who also has done a tremendous amount of work on this program, mentioned the framework that's here. And this sets out a framework where we can get from where we are now to in 4 or 5 years, having a system in place that benefits consumers, benefits taxpayers, and will start to head the trajectory of waste and packaging and materials that we're producing in a downward projection. So look forward to working with you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor panel? We'll start with Senator Gallion, then Senator Watson after that. Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. So I know with our recycling at home, the trash collector does recycling and the trash. Right on the can, it tells you what you're allowed to put in recycling. So like the plastic bags, go in the trash, not the recycling. So kind of have some understanding of what can go and what cannot go. With that being said, I look at kind of the display you have there and the items that you've talked about. One thing we really haven't heard about is paper
and like cardboard, and how does that fit into this bill or into this plan, paper and cardboard?
Go ahead.
Any material that's used as a to package something that's for that goes into commerce in retail sales is included. So if you buy something that comes in a cardboard box, that would be included.
Yes,
Paper
yes,
if it's enclosing an item that's sold.
The only reason why I delayed a little bit, because we do have a series of exemptions that are there as well. I mean, for different kinds of things that are in the heart of the bill, but generally speaking, it does include paper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to Senator Watson next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank you, Senator Augustine, for the bill. I like the bill, and I need to thank Ms. Ainsworth over there for giving me my first field trip to a recycling plant. My question is this. You had mentioned, Senator, that when it came to recycling, we were in the black, and then several years later, we were in the red.
Yes.
What happened where we were not profitable when it came to recycling?
Absolutely. So at one time, almost every recyclable from the United States was sent to China. And that was a valuable use of ships going back to China because, right, it costs a lot of money to put things on the ships coming here. It doesn't cost a lot of money to go in the other direction because they got to be refilled in the other direction. When China in 2016 first shut down paper recycling, and then in 2018 or 19 shut down plastic recycling, it just created this kind of vacuum for where we were going to send these goods. Now, those goods that can be recycled with environmentally responsible methods and are usable in the economy, we've seen bounce back. So we have a good market for paper. We have a good market because of, you know, the producer responsibility around bottles for PET bottles. And we have one for HDPE because of its like natural recyclability. We also have it for aluminum cans and steel. They're marvelous. You get 100% back. What we haven't seen develop is the market for the more challenging to recycle items, and for the items that can't necessarily be changed back into the same thing. So that's the problem, is that there's just nowhere to sell them to. There is not enough yet US based entities that can deal with these items and make them into something new and valuable. So therefore the raw material that we're providing, because we're essentially mining out a raw material from our waste, just doesn't have that value. What doing EPR does is create a stream that does create that value, so that, you know, our local manufacturers, our local entities know that they could have a business where their job is to recycle these things into something useful. So it really is not only a big savings for our governments, but it is a big opportunity for economic development, because Maryland is leading on this. There's an opportunity for companies to start here and for our companies to move into that space and create a market where I could sell these goods over to that market. And that's what this can do in the larger economic
Thank you.
world.
So one provision in the bill, it talks about has no online sales, right? So I've had a company come to me and they said, you know, Senator, during the pandemic, we were forced to move our business online to generate revenue. And now that has become our major way we generate revenue. And I will tell you, it is a cigar manufacturer, and they, you know, place cigars in small plastic envelopes, right, that houses cigars. And it would be very detrimental to them if they had to shift to glass or some kind of metal to house cigars. And so when I look at the committee testimony, I see a lot of favorable with amendments, and I'm going to assume there's several organizations who want to advocate for being exempted from certain pieces because of their uniquenesses. I hope that that would be considered one as well.
Senator, that's why I said that first of all, we worked through a lot of those with a lot of folks and considered a lot of them last year. I'll just start with that. But as I said, I've been collecting them. We're still going to talk to everybody. We're going to consider it again for sure, including been in touch. The cigar folks have been in touch with me too, believe me.
Are for you. And the last thing is a company called Eastman came and contacted me, and me being the engineer I am, I was very interested, but they claim to have developed a proprietary technique for taking all forms of plastic and through a chemical process, making into something that they can go out and resell. And so those things that maybe can't go through the process we're espousing, I'm hoping that there's flexibility for counties or what have you to enter in contract agreements with companies who are really on the cutting edge and are working to find ways that, you know, really take those things that are not biodegradable, that do damage, you know, our environment, to put them into something else where they're able to sell it, make a profit, and take it off our hands. So I appreciate the bill. Thank you.
We're going to go to the other side. Senator Carozza, then Senator Hester. Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you to the bill sponsor and the witnesses today. I'm learning a lot of new terms, so bear with me.
Yeah.
Someone already said this was complicated. So producer responsibility organization, PRO. I'm trying to understand, it looks like there's multiple references to PROs and creating and determining recycling policies. And I'm trying to understand under this bill, would a producer responsibility organization be able to ban products or put policies in place that could increase cost?
I can take part of that. So the producer responsibility organization will develop a program, a plan, which goes before the state for approval. The advisory council committee, whatever it's called in the bill, will review that as well and make their recommendations.
I'm sorry, can you slow down? You're saying this producer responsibility organization, and is that who it is?
It's the
Give me an example.
The producer responsibility organization is made up of the producers. So think of a nonprofit made up of producers who are the brand owners is the best way, the most simple way. They're the brand owners putting products out onto the market.
Okay, so it's the company.
It's the company.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
And they are required to join this organization, or they have an alternative. They can form their own organization. Most will be inclined to join this single organization, which there could be more than one, but it'll be an organization that represents those brand owners and puts a program together on behalf of those companies. That gets presented to the state and the advisory council for review and approval. Included in that plan are certain provisions in the statutory language to address things like recyclability, recycled content, other environmental attributes of the packaging that are part of the plan to then say, okay, I'm going to use an example. We're going to increase the recycling rate for this type of material by X amount over X number of years. That's part of the program plan. Materials in the program as well will be charged fees based on the type of material it is. And I'll use an example again of a cardboard box in the program, like this one right here, has a good recycling rate already. So it's probably going to pay a lower fee, but something that's harder to recycle has more infrastructure needed behind it. I'm not going to point him out, but he can, will pay a higher fee, and then motivates them to either increase the infrastructure to be able to handle that type of packaging, or potentially make a different packaging decision that may have a lower fee. The program is not designed to ban any packaging materials. It's simply designed to put a path forward to increase the recovery and recycling of those materials rather than have it go to landfill.
That's it.
So I understand the response on banning products, but I guess where it seems to get a little complicated with depending what the product is and what the goals are, it looks like this PRO could be stepping into policy areas that normally we do.
It's actually a mix of both, and different states have taken different approaches on this. The reason this bill is favorable to Ameripan and our members is it gives the flexibility, gives the state the control over the program, but gives the producers who have the most direct ability to influence the packaging itself to propose those types of solutions as part of the program plan versus, I'll just be honest, other proposals which are before the Maryland legislature this year, which would say these products have to have this much recycled content in it. These products have to meet this recycling rate. We feel the better approach is to figure that out together rather than mandating requirements that quite honestly may not be achievable. That's part of the reason for this needs assessment you've heard, is to assess what is currently in the state, where are we trying to go, and then make that program responsive to those needs versus putting something in place, which quite frankly, in some instances, in some states we've seen may be impossible to achieve. And that would result in a.
So I
product ban.
better understand, you're saying that by involving the companies and producers on what might be doable. And then, but still comes back to the state, because that's where, I mean, that's where that line is of what you would recommend and where the state goes with on the policy end.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like
the
there's-
state approves it, senators.
Okay.
At the end of the
Yes.
day, the Maryland Department of the Environment will approve it, right? With the folks, but in this instance, we're giving everybody a seat at the table. I mean, really is what it comes down to, including those who are creating the products.
Okay, so there's been a reference, the bill sponsor and others have referenced other states that have passed legislation.
Yep.
But there's a difference between passing legislation and implementing it and seeing if it's up and running and working. So at this point with these other states, are any of them up and running, and do we have any real-time outcomes at this point?
I can answer that question. There's no outcomes right now for US states, but we've modeled the programs on successful programs all throughout Canada. Again, over 15 years of experience in multiple provinces, and all across Europe, 35 years. Most of the countries in Europe have had this for up to 35 years. So we know how these programs work. They're very much supporters of these programs. And, you know, I could even get a letter from the producers from Europe, and they're cheering us on because they see it as necessary for these programs to be in the US for a global market.
And one last question, probably to the bill sponsor. I think sometimes when you see something, as you said, this complicated, you know, with all, I think shared goals by all, that there could be winners and losers with certain businesses. And that's, you know, I think that's a concern. And I guess my question to the bill sponsor, who is working with all of the different companies and industries, how do you approach that?
Senator, that we're trying to get to as much of a balance as possible. And as has been mentioned already, this approach, Senator, is actually different than what has occurred in the other states where it hasn't been a shared conversation with both the industry and the environmental advocates groups. I mean, we are actually trying to get something where there is actually a little bit more even. I think that's why you have the way that the producer responsibility organization is set up, so that they do have a seat at the table, but they're still held accountable. And we still have some requirements in there where we're trying to get to, you know, recycle levels, and that they're going to pay their share of the costs. And we send that money back to our local governments. So it's pretty even versus us just saying here, which we could do as well, you know, Tide, you got to pay, right? I mean, we just could set the fee. We could just say, because we're being forced to have to pay for these things, every single detergent bottle that comes through the state of Maryland, you're going to have to, you know, we'll just have to come up with a number sort of and say, this is what we're going to do. We're trying to be more thoughtful. We're trying to include, we're trying to get an assessment to see what's needed, and then talk to the people who can impact the changes. And if they make changes that are easier for us to sell on the other side, they don't pay as much. And so it works more together. I mean, that's what we're trying to do here, Senator.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Hester.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the bill sponsor for all of his really hard work over the past couple of years, bringing everybody together onto this really leading bill. I had the opportunity this year to join the National Conference of State Legislator Recycling Public-Private Partnership, where I had the pleasure to meet Mr. Castle and Mr. Felton. And we got really deep in the details of recycling market development and EPR. We also talked about the vice chair's excellent bill on recycling market development. This whole thing brings me to my question about the needs assessment. I look at this recycling market as an economic development, job creation opportunity. And I was wondering if it could be beneficial to add one more component to the needs assessment, which really makes sure that we have the data available about the recyclable materials that exist, that are being recycled and are not being recycled. Because I think that will signal that that data, if the state had it, would help the, the remanufacturers, the processors, be interested in what we have here in the state of Maryland. We saw at that conference a study from Texas where they looked at what was being recycled, what was not being recycled, and the job opportunities, the manufacturing job opportunities that could be created on certain products. So 2 questions, one, do you think that kind of data would be useful? And 2, would you be open to an amendment of that sort?
I mean, I know I'd be open to it, Senator. Of course, we're gonna written it down. I saw other folks writing down. Definitely it'll be a part of the conversation. I think, Scott, does it fit within the model?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important to have, well, first of all, I think that's the basic information that a needs assessment will do. And if it's not in there, then we'll put it in there. And so it's really important to have baseline information for all the things we want to measure, because you don't know, how much you need to do. This study is to look at the gaps. How big, how wide are the gaps? That's exactly what you're asking for here. It's a great question. Also on source reduction, we need baseline data on that. That is, again, what the PRO, which is just an organization that coordinates lots of producers. It's just an efficiency mechanism. Basically, it's simple. And I may be one of the few that thinks these are simple programs, if they're really basic when you come down to it as to what it is. And I hope that I can help explain that.
I can explain a little bit about the data that's already available. So in the 10-year solid waste plan law, our waste sort actually provides more information than currently has to be reported. So, the counties, in order to update our 10-year solid waste plan, which is required every 3 years, we do a waste sort, which is looking at what is actually coming into our various centers in all 4 seasons of the year. So we actually already have a lot of this information, and some of it is required in the 10-year solid waste plan process, but some of it is not. So I think it would be an easy amendment actually to the 10-year solid waste plan process to make sure that that data is adequately recorded and to determine what other pieces of data that you might need to get, because we're kind of already on a cycle as counties who are dealing with this to collect that information.
Up offline, because the data that I got from the recycling market development team and MDE wasn't quite as detailed as I would like. And I think that actually hiring an external firm, given that we've got 16% of these open positions at MDE right now, would be really, really helpful.
American would support that concept you just put out. It's in our testimony today.
Okay, we're going to go to Vice Chair Kagan for the final word. And then we're going to move to, we've got a number of other witnesses. So we'll go to the next panel after that. Vice Chair Kagan.
Mr. Chair, I have 2 questions, and it can be for the sponsor or the second one, I think maybe for the advocates. Senator, I'm looking on page 9 as to who is exempted, which entities, and lines 1 through 6 exempts local governments, nonprofit charitable organizations, and food and drug, anything sort of approved by the FDA. And I wonder what the thinking is on that. Does that mirror the 4 other states that have already enacted this legislation, exempting all nonprofits, all local governments, and all food and cosmetic and stuff seems broad to me. And I wonder if you could speak to your thinking. I know that, you get a little mascara, a little thing of cream, and it's in a thing within a thing within a thing, and it's absurd. And so I just wonder whether there's a narrower way or whether there's any possibility of thinking of that. And then I have a second question.
What I'll say, Senator, is that all of these definitions and the people who are included this is all like negotiated out. I'm more than happy to talk to you more about why some of the decisions were made, but it was a significant amount of conversation around all of the definitions that are here.
That going back to nonprofits, though, it says they're exempted, but they're in the bill 3 times. So they're exempted. Then it's clarifying that it's when you look at lines 11 through 16, then it defines that they're a C3, 501c3 tax exempt nonprofit. And then even though they're exempted, they are involved and included in the, and have 2 seats on page 22, on this advisory council with interested stakeholders. So we can talk about it offline if you want,
Sure.
but if they're off the hook, why are they at the table? Something. So maybe we can talk that through unless there's something you want to share publicly here.
No, I mean, we could definitely talk. I think it's different roles in the process where we do have obviously folks who are nonprofits who are a part of the overall stakeholder group, but may not necessarily fit in the producer side. So I'm more than happy to talk to you about that.
And I'm sorry, the gentleman in between, next to Trash Free Maryland, hello. You referenced, as others have implied, that this is complex. I'm wondering how the timetable works in this bill. How does it compare if the 4 other states have not yet been fully rolled out? Is this realistic? Can we get this done in a way that's going to work if this were to be enacted?
Short answer, yes. The generally speaking, the timetables laid out in the bill are consistent with what we have seen in other states who are in, this issues move very quickly in the US, much more quickly than it's moved in Europe or Canada. But the timelines that we're seeing on the implementation in the other states, the current timeline, generally speaking, in SB 222 is consistent with that.
Great. And the other states haven't had any misses. The timetables, even though they're not active yet, they're getting close enough that we think that their timetables are spot on.
They're all different timetables,
Okay.
but generally speaking, yes, but it's still quite early.
Okay,
Yeah.
super. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we're gonna thank you to the sponsor panel for all your testimony. We have a group of 4 favorable straight up in person. So why don't we bring up one panel, then we'll move to some favorable with amendments, some unfavorables. But let's start with the following folks: Emily Scar, Maggie Ostall, Dominique Butchko, and Sean Lynch, all in person, signed up favorable. So we'll take the 4 of you and then we'll move from there.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Scar. I'm the director of Maryland PIRG here in favor of SB 222. If you're not familiar with Maryland PIRG, we're a state-based small donor funded public interest advocacy organization with grassroots members across the state. We work on to find common ground around common sense solutions that help ensure a healthier, safer, and more secure future. Our sister organization, Environment Maryland, has been knocking on doors since January 1st, talking to Marylanders about this bill and producer responsibility. They've had 3,000 conversations and collected letters in support of the bill. So you might have heard from them or seen them in your neighborhoods. I wanted to just direct you to my testimony, which has a report we produced called Break the Waste Cycle, which details how these programs have proven effective in communities across the world, both at reducing waste and improving recycling. As you all know, we have a big waste problem. To look at plastic, for example, the US throws away enough plastic every 11 hours to fill the entire Ravens Stadium. And while we can do tremendously more to improve our recycling systems, which this program does, it won't solve our waste problem alone. I wanted to flag that there was some talk about, how is this going to affect consumer cost? I think that's a worthy discussion to have. I want to make sure we don't overlook the costs that already exist as taxpayers to manage our waste and recycling systems. We said the recycling systems are growing more expensive. As a Baltimore City resident, not having as much access to recycling as I would like, for example. And so what this does, it doesn't increase cost, it just shifts costs and ensures that the producers and the purchasers of packaging waste are the ones who bear the cost, not all taxpayers. And ultimately, it's important that while we encourage recycling and recyclable packaging, we also make measures to reduce waste where it starts and reduce packaging. This state and body has been a leader on that front, and I hope we'll continue to do so. So with that, I urge a favorable report.
Okay, why don't you pass the mic down and we're just gonna
Pass the
go.
mic and the computer.
Yep, and you've got 2.5 minutes. Tell us your name.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Maggie Ostall. I'm the Conservation Policy Manager at the National Aquarium, and Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee, thank you for your work on many important topics, including improving our waste management and recycling systems. At the National Aquarium, stopping plastic pollution is one of our 3 strategic conservation goals. The plastic pollution crisis has been very well documented, as global plastic production has outpaced any other manufactured material in the world. A substantial portion of the plastics made are being used for packaging. And I'm here to sort of set the context too for why this matters to the ocean and the aquatic ecosystems. Municipalities in Maryland, like others around the nation and the world, are just unable to keep up with the sheer volume of plastic waste. As such, more than half of the billions of tons of plastic ever made are accumulating currently in landfills or in the environment. You may have heard this statistic before, but more than 8 million metric tons of plastic waste enters aquatic ecosystems every year. That's the equivalent of more than a dump truck full of plastic every minute. Plastic breaks down into smaller pieces and endangers wildlife. It contaminates the global food web, and it transports toxins harmful to human health. So wildlife are bearing the environmental costs of our mismanaged waste. Municipalities and taxpayers are bearing economic ones. Establishing EPR for packaging, extended producer responsibility for packaging materials will ensure that producers share responsibility for and materially contribute to increasing costs of managing wastes that are created by products that they put on the market. We applaud that this bill contains a specific waste reduction goal, echoing the need for reduction as well as improving recycling. Waste reduction goals are critical for accountability and to make effective progress. With this legislation, Maryland would improve our waste management system, and establishing producer accountability is a key piece of systemic change that we need to reduce plastic pollution and its harmful impacts on our wildlife, on our ecosystems, and our own health. Thank you for your work, and we urge the committee to issue a favorable report on SB 222.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm going to keep this short. You've heard a wonder of reasons why to pass this bill. It shifts the cost from taxpayers to producers. It's common sense. Mako urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and the committee. My name is Sean Lynch, Environmental Research and Partnership Manager for Mom's Organic Market. Mom's Organic Market is proud to say that 10 of our 22 stores are located in Maryland, and we serve thousands of Marylanders daily. Our customers demonstrate their concern for the environment by using the many options that we provide to reduce plastic and other packaging in their shopping experience. We strongly support SB 222. As you've heard, currently Maryland residents foot the bill to pay for handling and processing of the waste stream, which 28% is packaging and 40% of that is plastic. This is a burden that should not be on the taxpayer and the government, and the producer responsibility bill will shift the commitment to the packaging manufacturers and make them responsible for it at each stage of the package's life cycle. Without this, too much of it ends up in the environment, as others have discussed, and breaks down into smaller components and becomes a hazard. Also, a benefit of the bill is that revenues are created, and which goes to counties to support recycling programs. Mom's purpose is to protect and restore the environment. So since 2005, we banned plastic bags and encourage reusable bags in our stores. And customers embrace this and reuse bags to the tune of 3.3 million single-use bags avoided in 2022 alone. In 2010, we had a campaign called Plastic Surgery, which also banned plastic bottled water and began to use compostable produce bags and switched to compostable cups and utensils in all our stores. But that only addresses a small portion of the challenge of packaging. And without government regulation, there's no incentive for manufacturers to take responsibility for the waste caused by packaging. SB 222 will begin to address this. So I respectfully ask for your favorable report on SB 222.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I'm next going to call up, we've got several witnesses signed up favorable with a variety of amendments. So listen for your name here. Martha Ainsworth. I've got Paul Nolan. I see Paul back there. Michael Okorafor, Ellen Valentino, and Pam Casemeyer. So those are 5, and then we've got 2 other folks in that category right after that. So, okay, Ms. Ainsworth, why don't you lead off, and then Mr. Nolan go next, and then we'll go down the Ms. Ainsworth, you got 2.5 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. It's still afternoon, not evening. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club Zero Waste Team. Speaking on behalf of the Chapter 70,000 members and supporters in support of SB 222 with amendments to strengthen accountability for results. Sierra Club embraces the principle of producer responsibility in which producers of packaging materials are responsible for minimizing their environmental and social impacts at all stages of the life cycle. Producer responsibility requires more than reimbursing local governments for recycling and products. There must be incentives for producers to redesign their products to make them more recyclable, more reusable, and to minimize waste. There must also be strong public oversight and accountability to ensure that targets are met and that funds are used appropriately. We thank Senator Augustine for his leadership on this bill and for his openness to all those amendments he spoke of, some of which were ours, since it was introduced 2 years ago. In that vein, we respectfully request, there's a lot more in our written testimony, but for now, we request the following amendments to strengthen the program's effectiveness and accountability. And the first point is, although the bill's title suggests the objective is to reduce packaging materials, the amount of materials, the only target in the bill is a 25% reduction in packaging material waste. And there's no financial incentive for achieving it. What we like to recommend is defining what packaging material waste is and how it would be measured. It's not defined in the bill. And also imposing a penalty for each producer of 20 cents per pound of material short of that 25-cent target. Second, building on the success of producer responsibility programs for beverage containers across the country, we recommend incorporating an additional program target, a beverage container recycling rate of 90% in the first 5 years of the program, and a 10-cent penalty per container short of that target. Alternatively, you could endorse a separate beverage container deposit program in parallel with this bill, and there is one deposit program in play this session. So with these amendments, we respectfully request a favorable report on SB 222. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you hand that to Mr. Nolan? Paul, you can go next.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan. Great to see you. Senator Augustine, thank you for your leadership on this legislation. We're here to support with amendment SB 222 today, and I'm here with Michael Okorafor, who I'll introduce in a second, who is our Chief Sustainability Officer. As you've heard from the questions and the testimony, this is a complicated area. This is legislation that started with former Delegate Lehrman, now Controller Lehrman, and others, and Senator Augustine last year. There's been change. We still think there's more to go in terms of what could be changed in the bill. Specifically, listen to the opposition and listen to the challenges that come in, and let's bring more people to the table. I think that the consumer products that you saw arrayed right where I'm sitting now just a few moments ago, a lot more complicated than paint cans and tires. I think if it was as easy as that or straightforward as a tin can with paint or rubber, I think the industry might have gotten there sooner. And also, it's more than just a shift of cost. It's about creating incentives to have the right kind of products, because I think that many of the consumer brands organizations, in addition to us, have been working towards developing more recyclable, reusable products. And we have major goals along those lines that Michael will refer to. So from our perspective, one major change we would probably recommend is a single producer responsibility organization over multiples, because I'm not an expert in this area. I mean, I'm a student. You all probably know way more than me. And I've read the various legislations, and they all read like plans to have a plan, and then you kind of get somewhere. I think there's a lot of things to sort out here too. We want to create space in this legislation to do it, but to have multiplicity of pros, I just don't know how that works as a starter. Beyond that, there's other things to think about as well. So with that, I'm going to stop and turn it over to Michael Okorafor, who's our Chief Sustainability Officer. But not only that, he's the person who came up with the idea for the Old Bay can, the old can that used to have PBA inside of it, and turn it into recyclable plastic. And then when consumers didn't like that, figured out a way to do a metal that is recyclable. So Michael.
Okay, with that introduction, you got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Okorafor, and as Paul said, Chief Sustainability Officer for Wicomico Company. Maryland is our home. I just want to make sure you guys know that. We were founded in Baltimore. And we're going to be in Baltimore. Our new global headquarters, which is, by the way, net zero, is located in Hunt Valley. So we're here to stay. That's why I'm here. One of the things I wanted to start with is we have something we call purpose-led performance. That means that we're going to deliver top-tier financial performance while doing the right thing for our people, our communities, and the planet we all share. And on that verge, I want to focus on the community piece before I get to everything. When I talk about communities, I'm talking about communities where we live, communities where we work, and communities where we source. If you look at the Hunt Valley plant, by the way, most of you know this, it is the largest spice manufacturing plant in the world. It's located in Maryland. I was just in Davos and people were asking me about Oat Bay. It's made right there. But let me shift and tell you something. We believe that the era of make, use, dispose is over. There's only one planet we share. We believe that we have to get into an era of make, use, reuse. I'm sorry that Senator Ron Watson is not here. He said something, and that's part of the things. We're supporting this SB 222. We're supporting it, but he said something I can't get away from really addressing. He's an engineer. I'm a scientist by training. And he talked about Eastman Chemical and their process. It's called chemical recycling. For a layman, it's called tertiary recycling. And that should be included in this bill. In fact, what I would say, and Senator Augustine, I really appreciate your leadership in this matter. That's a tool in the toolbox. So sometimes we think these things are different. That's why we want to create this and create a PRO that we'll be part of. And by the way, let me tell you the importance of PRO. Wicomico is a global company. The money we make here, some of it comes from overseas. We are a big supporter of the PRO in France called CTO. And CTO this year alone, they recycled 72% of all the plastics in 2021. I don't have 2022, and 62% in 2021. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you. And again, I want you guys to stay in Maryland, so that's important. Okay, Ms. Valentino, you're up next.
I am. Thank you. Thank you. And good afternoon. My name's Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing the Maryland Delaware DC Beverage Association. And for the record, I am a frequent flyer of Old Bay. So I appreciate my partners here at the table. I want to start out by just telling you a little bit about us, because I want to set the stage for you to understand our level of commitment around our packaging. You know, we do have here in Maryland 5 manufacturing facilities throughout the state, with one coming online in the spring, which we're very excited about. We have 19 distribution facilities. So our products are made as local as McCormick. And I only say that because we do have concerns, or we think there are challenges with this bill that need to continue a conversation, some of which would be raised here today. But when it comes to the issue of EPR, extended producer responsibility, we're leading by example. And you heard that in Prince George's County. Our bottles are driving and funding and made to be recycled. And that's exactly what we're doing as an industry. And we have more to come. I can tell you that. When it comes to EPR, we believe that this is where Maryland needs to go. We do. But we think it has to be very well thought out, and it needs to follow good data collection. And it just is not enough here to begin to set out parameters and details of an EPR bill, one that includes 10 PROs. Okay. We think that would fail the state. One that doesn't include all recycling materials. We think that fails the state. If you're going down this road of flipping the table in a good way, not saying like, oh, we're flipping the table on recyclable policy, on solid waste policy, on plastic reduction, all in, all recyclables in. That's the way change is made. That's what we believe. Any state that dealt with this issue, we were at the table. You're right, some of the things we didn't like. Some of the things Ameripan asked for a veto for. But the commitment I give to you, this committee today, that we will be here and at the table if you're going to talk about recycling our products. And we see the future in this, Senator Augustine. We just think there's a complex issue that just needs a lot more than what's for us today. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Casemeyer, you've got last word on the panel, and then we'll take questions.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, which is a chapter of the National Waste and Recycling Association. Basically, the private sector in the waste industry. We have haulers, collectors, recycling facilities, transfer stations, disposal facilities. And the industry as a whole is very supportive of EPR, have very long, not very long, but have a lot of detail in the testimony and include the national policy supporting EPR, but you'll also notice in that national policy, it is the devil in the details. Conceptually, everyone agrees, but you have to do it very carefully. And I would echo the comments of the others on the panel and Ms. Valentino. The bill has a needs assessment in it. We better be sure that needs assessment is comprehensive enough to get us the data we need to structure the bill and to be sure that that gets done before we move forward. There's a bill in the House. I don't think there's a cross file in the or here, but it'll be part of the discussion that creates a framework for looking at the Maryland Recycling Act, which could or may need adjustment before you can move forward with how to structure an appropriate EPR program as complicated and diverse as this is when you think of packaging in a big way. So, and then there's tons of little details in the bill. I don't want to take a lot of your time now because I think, and thank you, Senator Augustine, you've been great about talking to all of us over the interim, but it's so much more complicated. Even the states that have passed the bill are now having challenges with some of the things that they passed because they can't really get it implemented. And we'd like to avoid that if we're going to move forward with that in Maryland. So things like for our industry, there's a reference to a bottle deposit initiative. Well, that's a separate piece of legislation. That's not ingrained in EPR. There's lack of understanding about funding and transportation. Even though the money's to flow to local governments, it also talks about going to the nearest MRF, which may be out of state or maybe in a county that doesn't accept out of county waste. So that therefore the funding wouldn't work even to the local government. So there's tons of detailed complication in here that we would urge we address first through needs assessment before implementing the bill.
Okay, do we have any questions for any of the panelists? Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all. It sounds like a lot of people have spent a lot of time, and I respect the bill sponsor for that, and I respect the witnesses here as well. And I think I was hearing loud and clear, given my colleague's question on needs assessment, and I think what I was hearing, I always try to look for the common theme. So I was hearing, obviously, the whole making sure you're basing it on the data that you need and the data is accurate. So I hear that, but putting the data aside, what would you say are the top 3 concerns of the bill? I think I heard one about, maybe the exemptions, and that might get to winners and losers, but can you, and I'm going to call on Ms. Valentino,
okay.
Ms. Valentino, since she has some my constituents in my district. So can you kind of narrow in on?
There are a couple of things, and they are in the details, but they're very significant. The bill defines producers of packaged material and don't hold producers responsible. We think that's key. This multiple PRO option that's outlined in the bill, we think is a failing recipe that is going to be difficult. You could have different PROs, have different policies around that. We think at a minimum, you have to start with one PRO, build the structure, and breed out from there. We're concerned about financial stability of the way this bill is drafted. So those are the key things that stick out, that differ from what we think are good policy structure for EPR. Thank you.
Okay, is Senator Carozza, is that it? We're good? Okay.
Okay.
Or I apologize.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, I
Would
wanted
you-
to- I
okay,
wanted to
why don't
add
you have the
something.
last word and then we've got a bunch of other witnesses, but yep, take it. Why don't you try to respond to Senator Crows and then we're gonna.
Thank you, sir. I
move
just
there.
want to reinforce what Ms. Valentino said. And this idea of having a single PROs to start is important. The example I cited, because we have had 30 years of experience in France, Wicomico has supported them. I can tell you how much we pay every year. But that single PRO was critical in really having a uniform way of recycling, of collection, of everything. And we have input, with ideas on the technology. The sorting technologies are emerging. There are new ones coming online. You heard that previously. That is why you need a single PRO, so we can feed input there and make sure that they're doing the right thing. But we can do that. We can work and chew gum. And there's something called, test and learn. At the minimum, it'll be a test and learn, but I think it's a good way to start. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you to this panel. Before we move to, we have a panel of unfavorables, but we do have two more in-person favorable with amendment. I want to get up to the table, then we'll move to a panel of unfavorables. We've got Chaz Miller and second Mrs. Sam Schleich. And so once you come up, you're signed favorable with amendments, and then we'll move to a panel of unfavorables, and then we have a few virtual witnesses. So why don't you start, sir, and tell us your name and you have 2.5 minutes.
I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. Our members are public sector recycling managers, private sector recyclers, and advocates. We have a long history of supporting EPR, including paint and other products. We support modernizing the current electronics law in Maryland. We support funding government recycling programs to the greatest extent possible. We support local governments and material recovery MRF facility owners, which are both public and private in this state, continuing to control their collection and processing operations under a packaging EPR program. We support SB 222 with amendments and have submitted written comments. And I just want to talk very briefly about some of those written comments, which include suggested amendments and ask for clarification of several provisions. Some seem to be minor. For instance, and this ironically was mentioned in the previous panel, the funding formula for transportation covers costs to the nearest recycling facility. 2 of the 3 publicly owned MRFs limit their use to in-county recyclables. As a result, many counties will be closest to a MRF they simply cannot use. Some counties use out-of-state processing facilities. Local governments in northern Prince George's County are closest to a processing facility in Howard County. We believe they all should be fully reimbursed for transportation to the processing facility of their choice. We would strike the authorization of a separate container deposit system without legislative debate on its merits. Local governments rely on the revenues from those containers, such as the PET bottles you saw earlier. They need to be cushioned against any potential loss. The advisory council is very important, but it lacks the power of consent. Moreover, members of the producer group are part of this council, even though they have approved the plan the council is then considering. This does not make sense. Finally, subscription service in which individual households pay for recycling collection is common in rural and exurban Maryland. No tax funds are used in those systems. This is unique to the US. I know no existing solutions to handling that situation. I want to conclude by saying EPR for packaging is simple in concept, complex in execution. We have to get it right the first time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sam Schley, and I'm here on behalf of the Flexible Packaging Association. And we are here urging a favorable report on Senate Bill 222. I know that we were technically signed up favorable with amendment. Our amendment would be that we are now just moving for favorable. Sorry about that. The Flexible Packaging Association, for those of you that aren't familiar with us, we're the National Trade Association. We represent the manufacturers, converters, and suppliers of flexible packaging. Flexible packaging encompasses everything from animal feed, pet food, cereal bags, frozen food bags, medical devices, sterile packaging around catheters and medical syringes. So it kind of runs the full gamut here. We have been an active participant in the stakeholder conversations over the last couple of years. We want to thank the sponsor for putting this bill in again this year. And yeah, with that, respectfully, we would urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 222.
Okay, any questions for our two witnesses? Okay, seeing none. We're going to now move to a panel of three unfavorable witnesses, Jacob Cassidy, Carlos Gutierrez, and Davion Percy. And why don't you come up here and Mr. Cassidy, why don't you lead off, and then we'll go to Mr. Gutierrez and then Mr. Percy. Each of you have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jacob Cassidy. I'm with the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. We represent the manufacturers of major portable floor care appliances. We are signed in as unfavorable. I'd like to thank the sponsor for meeting with us last spring as we discussed some of the issues at play, and I just want to lay them out. One thing we haven't talked about today is durable appliances. Durable medical items are, I believe, excluded under the exemptions. But if you think about how often you purchase a durable versus what's called a fast-moving consumer good, it's a much different amount of waste you put on your curbside. For major appliances, as part of the distribution, largely it is taken back by the distributor. So the cardboard that your refrigerator comes in, that's taken back, as well as any of the plastic or the EPS packaging, the polystyrene that goes in it. No doubt, some individuals may purchase that themselves. They may install it, and that could go in. And what we are asking for is, much like in Oregon and in Ontario, Canada, that this there be an identified removal of that from what is counted into the pro, that those who do not put items into the curbside should not have to then pay for the packaging that is not collected. I think it's a kind of a fairness argument in that regard. One other thing I'll note, and I refer you to our comments, in Canada, they have a yearly report. In Ontario and British Columbia. And often, I think I've heard it maybe a little bit here, we confuse recovery rate with recycling rate. So you may have a high recovery rate, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily being recycled. And those are two very distinct things. A blue box, everything gets recovered, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's being recycled. Finally, we do have some concerns about the 25% packaging. We think there should be some sort of credit to those companies that have proven that they've reduced it, so that the bad actors can't simply get to 25% really easily, whereas companies that have been trying to reduce their packaging waste through the years simply don't get some sort of credit or acknowledgement for those good deeds. We'd love to work with you more. I'd love to set something up with our members and look forward to working for you. Thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next up, why don't you tell us your name and 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Carlos Gutierrez. I'm the Vice President of State and Local Government Affairs for the Consumer Healthcare Products Association in Washington, D.C. We're the national trade organization representing the makers of over-the-counter medicine, dietary supplements, and consumer medical devices. We're registering as opposed as drafted, but I think we're really, really close to being able to go neutral. I did submit written testimony that gives you a little bit more detail about our concerns. But I will just say, first off, appreciate Senator Augustine's willingness to exempt FDA-regulated drugs and medical devices from the bill. This is critically important as our packaging is dictated by the standards put forth by the FDA, in some cases, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, other cases, the DEA. It's a very complex, very highly regulated framework for over-the-counter packaging. It's been in place for decades, and it really serves three purposes. One of those is safety, another is efficacy of the product, and another is stability of the product, its ability to stay on the shelves without going bad, harming consumers. So Senator Augustine accounts for that. He does exempt drugs and devices. The only piece that isn't included is dietary supplements, and they too are regulated by the FDA in the same way that drugs and devices are. So we're asking for that addition. Made a recommendation in my written comments of how we would write it. That was present in the in Colorado bill. We've been exempt in some form or fashion in all the bills to date, and we're asking the same thing within this one. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Percy. Your cleanup.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Davion Percy with Percy Public Affairs. I represent the Consumer Healthcare Products Association. One thing I just wanted to clear up a little bit is that in previous bills that were introduced last year and in previous years, we did have the exemption of dietary supplements in there in addition to the drugs and medical devices. So after reviewing the bill, I honestly think that it may have been a drafting error of some sorts that was left off. Even though we're on the record opposed, we really just want that exemption added in there for the reasons that my client stated, and we'll be willing to work with Senator Augustine. And again, we thank you for sponsoring this bill.
Okay, any questions for the panel? Okay, thank you for your testimony. And we had 3 witnesses sign up virtual, but 1 has not zoomed in, so we are now down to 2. The first one is signed up favorable with amendment. Mr. Weber, and I do see you there, Mr. Weber, John Weber, and you've got 2.5 minutes. And again, you're signed up favorable with an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my name is John Weber. I'm representing the Ocean City chapter of the Surfrider Foundation today. We'd like this bill reported favorably, but we do have amendments. Surfrider Foundation is a grassroots organization focused on the protection and enjoyment of the world's ocean waves and beaches for all people. We approach EPR, extended producer responsibility programs, with a focus on reducing plastic production. We all have to keep in mind that plastic production is projected to triple by the year 2050. And that's a report by the World Economic Forum. If we can reduce plastic production, we can reduce the impact on underserved Black and Brown communities throughout reductions in plastic production and waste management. These facilities are overwhelmingly in such communities. We can also reduce greenhouse gas emissions because plastic production and waste management are major emitters, and we can reduce litter and plastic pollution in our bodies, in our communities, and in the environment. Unfortunately, plastics recycling is at an abysmal 5%. Only 5% of the plastic in our daily lives gets recycled. Other components of this bill, including recycled content, standards, and packaging, will give value to waste. It's going to further reduce litter, and it's going to help sustain our recycling industry. I do want to say one thing that came up today. Another senator mentioned the Eastman Company and this proprietary process. That's called chemical recycling. Some people call it advanced recycling, pyrolysis, gasification. It is not commercially available anywhere, and it's not ever going to be on an economic scale. These are claims that the industry has been making for years, and I urge you not to fall victim to them. The one amendment that I think we would improve the bill is the threshold for exempt businesses. It's at $5 million. We think we should lower that to $1 million. We think that would strengthen the bill. And again, we just want to make sure that you pass this bill out favorably. We don't just want to shift the cost from, who pays for recycling. This bill does a lot more than that. So thanks for your time very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Weber? Okay, seeing none. The final witness on this piece of legislation is signed up unfavorable, Elizabeth Olds. Ms. Olds, you have 2.5 minutes. You signed up unfavorable.
Hey, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Elizabeth Olds, and I'm with the American Forest and Paper Association. In Maryland, we employ almost 6,000 individuals and meet an annual payroll of over $374 million every year. We do urge an unfavorable report on this bill. EPR policies are typically used for hazardous and hard to handle materials like batteries, paint, we heard that earlier today, mattresses, or electronics. For a really highly recyclable material like paper that's widely accessible with collection programs and a robust and resilient end markets, EPR could disrupt our efficient and successful recycling streams in an attempt to improve less effective streams. We also believe that mandating fees on packaging producers could increase consumer costs, which would unfairly burden people with low and fixed incomes. Hearing the conversation today, it's been really fascinating hearing the emphasis on plastics as material. It's also been interesting listening to panelists that are for EPR even acknowledge our strong and resilient, efficient paper recycling markets. Our rates in the US have consistently increased, meeting 68% of recycling in 2021. According to the EPA, more paper by weight is recovered from municipal waste than plastic, steel, glass, aluminum, and plastic combined. In addition, 95% of Marylanders have access to residential recycling, meaning that this well-developed and accessible paper and paperboard recycling system negates the need for an EPR program that covers our products. Recycling is also highly integrated into our businesses. Our members own 114 MRFs, and 80% of our paper mills already use recycled fiber. Our industry has also planned almost $5 billion in manufacturing and infrastructure investments by the end of 2024 to continue the best use of recycled fiber in our products. Any EPR system has to fully and fairly credit the early voluntary action that our industry has already taken to advance the recycling rate of our products while prohibiting the use of fees generated by our materials that would subsidize the development of recycling infrastructure for competing materials with lower recycling rates. This bill requires funding to be given to local governments to pay for recycling collection, but it is a cost-shifting mechanism that does not create added value or end markets for recyclable materials. The record of EPR programs in Canada and Europe offers no real proof of advantages over the market-based approaches and locally operated programs that exist in the US. In fact, a 2021 research paper performed by York University concluded there's no evidence to indicate that the EPR programs in Canada will result in cost containment or increased recycling performance. Thanks so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 222, which brings us to our final bill of the day, also from Senator Augustine. Another small bill, Senate Bill 224. And Senator, I do have actually 5 witnesses lined up for your sponsor panel. We only have 4 seats, so somebody might have to be in the back row, but I'll just call the names and you can decide how you want to sequence this. Josh Tolkien, Kevin Shen, Drew Schmidt Perkins, Emily Scarr, Jose Coronado Flores, and then also Ramon Potencio Calvo from the LCV. So again, we've got 6 witnesses signed up with 5 seats. So somebody maybe sit in that first row, and then when somebody's done, they can yield to you, and we'll take it from there. So Senator Augustine, it's all yours. Senate Bill 224.
Thank you, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here to present Senate Bill 224, Department of the Environment, Zero Emission, Medium and Heavy Duty Vehicles Regulation, Clean Trucks Act of 2023. Colleagues, we know in this committee passed the Climate Solutions Now Act, and we know that we are in the midst of a climate crisis, and this bill seeks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation, which right now greenhouse gas emissions from transportation account for up to 27% of our national emissions. Now, further, heavy and medium fleet vehicles, trucks, which is what this one is about, account for 10% of vehicles on the road, but 30% of carbon emissions and 57% of particulate matter emitted in the United States transportation sector. Now, we set some pretty aggressive targets with Climate Solutions Now Act last year for reducing emissions here in Maryland. Working towards those targets will require a holistic approach beyond the individual strategies identified by the Maryland General Assembly last session. Clean Trucks 2023 will do just that. It's also great public health policy by significantly reducing that particulate matter emitted, in addition to those greenhouse gas emissions negatively impacting all Marylanders. So then what this bill does? In Senate Bill 224, Clean Trucks Act of 2023 requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to adopt the Advanced Clean Truck Rule by the end of 2023. The rule requires all manufacturers that sell trucks and school buses in the state to sell an increasing annual percentage of zero-emission trucks and school buses beginning in model year 2027 that vary by size. The rule increases sales targets at a pace that is gradual and technologically feasible. Further, you should have in your packet some sponsor amendments that are in the process of being finalized. We're still kind of working together with this, with a number of interested parties on those. Now, what those amendments do, having worked with folks and talking it out, we're not yet done, but it's pretty far along. It ensures that we have an intentional approach to the adoption by adding feasibility studies and financial incentives to take a comprehensive approach to the adoption of the rule in a way that is practical and affordable. The study components deal with ensuring our electric grid is capable of handling the increased load as economic sectors electrify, assessing for charging and hydrogen refueling stations that will be required for the implementation, and ensuring purchase incentives make adoption financially feasible for truck owners. And part of that is in the amendments, you'll see the funding that was a part of Senate Bill 548 that the governor put forward, which does provide for financial coverage of 100% of the incremental costs associated with trucks, these clean trucks, which we think is great. So colleagues, we'll work together to finalize amendments, but we're close, and we're meeting again. Everybody's going to meet real soon to get to finish it up, and I'm going to ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 224, and I want to turn it over to Josh.
Okay, Josh, you're next.
Good afternoon / evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, almost evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Josh Talkin on behalf of the Maryland Sierra Club, urging a favorable report. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this bill. Sierra Club was a strong supporter of the Climate Solutions Now Act, and we are excited to advocate and support bills like this, which help implement and put into effect and achieve that legislation. You're going to hear about some of the details of the Advanced Clean Truck Rule and some of the mechanisms as we go. So I just want to highlight a couple pieces. First, there's significant federal funding under the Inflation Reduction Act, including $100,000 per a charging system and a $40,000 tax credit for a vehicle that exists. Those will go to the states that aggressively pursue. There's also upwards of 27 million in flexible EPA funding for climate reduction strategies, especially for ones targeting the reduction of pollution, diesel pollution at ports or in other environmental justice areas. So as we aggressively pursue reducing greenhouse gases, we're also reducing air pollution, and that opens up other funding opportunities for us. Secondly, I want to emphasize that steps you've already taken as a body put Maryland ahead of the curve towards achieving this. The steps on reducing, switching over to electric school buses, both public buses as well as the private fleets, as well as a commitment to begin to transition the state fleet, all actually would take steps towards achieving the goals within the Advanced Clean Truck Rule. So work you've already done puts us well on our way towards the early implementation dates. Lastly, I just want to emphasize that part of what we're doing here is trying to set the direction for a transition in a complex industry. We have truck operators interacting with a variety of different businesses that will need a different set of charging infrastructure. We have all of the components that we need. That doesn't mean that everything is perfectly laid out. It is a 15-year process, and we expect that we'll need to be moving the Public Service Commission and other systems along the way. What this does is it gives us a well-formulated timeline and arc for the transition that we know that Maryland needs to take. With that, thank you very much for your time. We urge a favorable report.
Okay, why don't you just pass that on? Do you have a Senator Augustine, do you have a sequence you prefer here? Okay, come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and the committee. Thank you for having my testimony. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I'm a climate research and policy analyst with the organization CASA. GASA is the largest immigrant service and advocacy organization in Maryland and in the Mid-Atlantic, with over 120,000 Black and Latino immigrant and working families as our members. We are invested in seeing this bill pass because we see the negative effects that transit-related air pollution has in our communities. I want to share with you a statistic from a study conducted by the Union of Concerned Scientists. This is particularly about Maryland. Looking at the state as a whole, African Americans are exposed to 12% higher particulate matter concentrations from on-road transportation than the average of the state. Latinos experience 11% higher concentration in their day-to-day. And while sadly, and the inequity is clear, that white residents experience 8% lower than the state average. From our communities in Hyattsville, Silver Spring, and Baltimore, highly transited and congested routes run right through our living space. GASA urges a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Sir, why don't you go next? Tell us your name.
That's good. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Shen, and I'm a policy analyst with the Union of Concerned Scientists. We're a science-based advocacy organization. We have over 500,000 supporters and 20,000 scientists, all working for a sustainable and just world. This bill is a concrete step towards creating or driving Maryland towards a future of transportation. I'd like to focus on two major points. First is the gradual timeline which with this rule would come into effect. So first of all, given the lead time requirements mandated by the Clean Air Act, this rule would be adopted in 2023, but would go into effect for vehicles model year 2027. That's 4 years, 3 to 4 years from now. Besides that, in model year 2027, the way that the rule is structured, the sales requirements gradually go up starting at 15%. So for like a sense of the numbers, we're talking about starting from electrifying maybe like 1% of trucks on the road in the first year that this rule is happening. I'd also like to emphasize that there's flexibility for manufacturers to comply with the rule through a crediting system. So manufacturers can earn early credits if they sell more electric trucks and buses early on. They could earn that for their future. They could trade with other manufacturers, and they can also trade between vehicle types. So for example, I think the Climate Solutions Now Act has a goal of 100% sales of school buses before this rule goes into effect. That would be able to offset a lot of the necessary sales for things like box trucks or harder to electrify applications. To be clear as well, this rule, companies like Volvo and Daimler have committed to like 100% ZEV sales, zero emission vehicle sales by 2040, and that's like a more ambitious timeline than this rule has. Next, I'd like to focus on the charging infrastructure. The charging infrastructure of this rule is readily available today, and this rule sets a concrete trajectory for utilities and also fleets to plan for it. In fact, truck electrification can bring benefits to the grid and utility customers, as well as the benefits to utility customers can come from managed charging. The benefits of this rule are immense, and I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. And tell us your name, and you play cleanup on the sponsored panel. We've got one or two others behind you, but go on, 2.5 minutes.
Happy to play cleanup. My name is Drew Schmidt-Perkins, here representing Clean Air Task Force, which is an international organization analyzing resilient solutions scaled to meet the climate crisis. Before I talk about the air pollution issues in their deaths by diesel report, I do want to make it clear it's the manufacturers that have to meet these goals, not an individual fleet, not an individual town, not an individual. It is the manufacturers. So it's them who have the incentives to work with Maryland to get these clean trucks here. As you've heard, these trucks that are barreling through many of our neighborhoods, up and down our highways, are highly polluting. They are releasing things like nitrous oxides and particulates. These are extremely hazardous to people's lungs, to heart ailments, cancer causing, any number of problems. And according to Clean Air Task Force, death by dirty diesel tool They are projected to contribute to 186 deaths in Maryland this year and every year if we don't clean up, and over $2 billion in monetized health benefit impacts. So that's a huge impact in Maryland that every electric truck, clean truck that we can bring on board will help. It'll help each and every community. And as we have heard, these are really hurting certain communities more than others, and the impacts are extreme. It's also impacting people's quality of life. It's dirty and noisy to be on these truck routes, and some communities are just hammered. And in closing, the EPA has recognized this problem and have identified that high traffic roadways are more likely to be around people of color and those that have lower incomes. So Clean Air Task Force urges a favorable report both to protect our communities and reach our climate goals. Thank you.
Okay, sir, since you were officially part of the panel, we're going to let you testify and then we'll take some questions, okay?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ramon Palencia Calvo, Deputy Director, Maryland Eagle Conservation Voters. Thank you for this opportunity. Maryland LCV strongly supports SB 224 in its original form. In order to meet Maryland's greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, we must continue to take bold steps to address harmful emissions from the transportation sector. Maryland LCV is especially invested in the inclusion of electric school buses in this legislation. Asthma is the leading chronic disease among children. Adopting the ACT would support school bus electrification, improving the health of more than 650,000 students who ride school buses every day while pursuing an education. School buses are classified as class 6 to 8 vehicles. This is the same category as box trucks and semis. There are currently 22 different electric school bus models available. Montgomery County has already deployed 86 electric school buses with plans to convert their entire fleet of 1,400 buses by 2035. This amount of electric school buses would offset, for instance, the sales of heavy duties and semis in Maryland. Furthermore, Prince George's County has a goal of electrifying their fleet of more than 1,100 buses by 2040, and other school districts are moving in similar direction. This bill will ensure the supply of electric school buses and provide schools and bus operators with certainty that they will be able to purchase them easily if they choose to do so, since the ACT, as we heard, is not a mandate to purchase electric vehicles. Finally, I just want to highlight a couple of things. Adopting the ACT would also make Maryland more competitive for federal grant programs, as we have heard. And the bipartisan infrastructure law just created last year a $5 billion program for electric school buses. Also, the Maryland Commission on Climate Change has recommended the adoption of the ACT. We are reviewing the sponsor amendments and we look forward to continue the conversation. Maryland LCV supports this bill, and this is a priority for the organization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I may have inadvertently referred to Emily Scar as part of the sponsor panel. You're actually just signed up favorable, so not part of the official sponsor panel. So we've got the group up here. So we'll open up some questions right now with Senator Gallion, either of the sponsor or any of the sponsor panelists. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of understand with the school buses, the way they do their runs, they have time to charge between routes, more or less. But my question comes to really our food supply. So for about 10 years, I actually hauled grain from a farm, from different farms to different granaries. And oftentimes it'd be, about roughly 40 miles round trip. From 7A to 7P, I could some days make 7 trips. So I figured about 280 miles a day. So how would this work if eventually we're pretty much have to be all electric? How long is it going to take to charge? How many miles can I get? I mean, is this going to work, or is this potentially could kind of disrupt the supply of our food chain here in the local economy?
Go ahead. Thank you very much for the question. I think the first important thing to point out is that under the percentage increases under the advanced clean truck rule, it doesn't get to 100. So there is no case by which there's going to be a requirement for you in that situation. We expect that this provision will work for some industries, some businesses at different years and in different times, and as technology changes. So in the situation you described, it's possible that technology will facilitate it and it will be a great option. But if it's not, there is no requirement placed on you as an individual to purchase an electric truck.
Senator, I would just also just say to you that having spoken to some of the manufacturers, they're working on that. And what you just talked about is actually within the range. The thing will be to just get the charging, the heavy duty charging to be able to be there in order to get that electric vehicle charged. But that is still within the range. And it's like any other, it's like any other industry where they're innovating, they're continuing to innovate, and they're still building, they're still working on trying to make the batteries last longer and to have further range. And there's been real tremendous growth in this area. And the thing is that that's what this is going to do. This drives in that direction. It's going to drive the manufacturers. It's going to drive the opportunity for demand in the direction in order to be able to achieve some of the things you're talking about. But I think that what you just talked about, though, one of the questions will be around, though, at the same time, there is some about the load as well. Folks are still dealing with that, like the amount of weight that you're working on. But manufacturers are definitely working hard to be able to achieve those kinds of goals.
Range, and I didn't specify. So loaded, the truck was 49,000 pounds.
Yeah, that's load. That's what I'm saying. Load is the issue.
That would be a high,
Yeah,
it wouldn't be a medium duty truck, really be high. Of course, tractor trailers, hauling can be over 80,000 pounds, hauling off the fields and different things. And the one other concern that could maybe be addressed as we head in this direction is the price. So if we're trying to get the technology there, maybe it's not quite there yet, but we hear that the price compared. So if I want something to haul,
the good news is
it's about twice as much.
But the good news is there's just tremendous amounts of federal money that's out there. And if you look, the Moore administration also has put in to be able to make sure to take care of the cost differential in order to encourage electric vehicles. So that's a part of their proposal. That's a part of that they're supporting.
But that money coming from the federal government is taxpayer money that they paid through their taxes and whatnot. So I want to make sure that we have, that these things aren't going to be priced too high that, that puts us out of being competitive. So, thank you.
Or if I could add real quick, I definitely appreciate that concern. I think like the upfront price of electric trucks is higher, like by like 40, average truck, like 40, 50,000 we're talking. But when we're talking about the benefits of these electric trucks, we're talking about fuel savings, like diesel prices can go up and down. Electric prices can be a lot more stable, as well as decreased maintenance costs due to the lower complexity of the electric motor. So there's a lot of savings involved as well.
Any additional questions for the sponsor panel? And we've got Vice Chair Kagan. I have trouble like looking to my right. I'm just looking around and I'm going to be Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Pinsky used to have the same issue. It's hard. You really have to proactively look. Anyway, thank you, Senator Augustine, and thank you to all of you for being here. The worst place to be on the road is behind some big spewing, icky, smelly truck. So I am all for it, and it's such a hugely important part of our making progress. Having said that, and I totally am for that, I am reading some of the opposition testimony, and my buddies among the firefighters were asking about fire trucks. They're saying, and Captain Bob Phillips, with whom I've worked on some stuff, said that right now there kind of aren't, green vehicles that are fire trucks yet. They're being tested and all that, and they asked whether they could be exempted. I wonder if there's some delay a little bit until they're on the market or something. I'm not sure we'd want to. So can you just speak to fire
Senator,
trucks?
first of all, remember, we're not talking about until model year 27.
Agreed.
I mean, these things there's tremendous progress that's being made on these vehicles and dealing exactly with what you're talking about. And so, as far as I know, and folks can, hop in here, of course, we should be in a place where we're building, we're creating, where the market will be ready for it. We're helping to actually drive the market with legislation like this. So that there should not be a need for an exemption along those lines.
I can also add, like, I think maybe last year I might have testified with this committee. The number was like there's over 100 models of trucks by over 30 manufacturers. Now the updated numbers are like twice that high. It's like 200 models and 60 manufacturers. And so first, like, markets grow very quickly, especially this market. But I'll also add as well, the crediting system that I mentioned makes it so that if you think of a case of like the fire truck in the worst possible to electrify situation, you don't have to electrify that truck. This rule allows for a lot of flexibility so that easiest to electrify applications go first, and then the other ones can follow. So.
Any additional questions? Senator Carozzi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to follow up a little bit on the Vice Chair's line of questioning. And I'm trying to pull from the climate solutions bill last year. As I recall, there's a number of required studies that, as I understand it, would try to get a handle on what our state's current grid capacity is. And would also get into looking at the number, when you get into this, you haven't presented the number of recharging stations that'll be needed statewide. And we are turning to this California model. And my understanding was that Maryland was part of a multi-state zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicle MOU, memorandum of understanding, that was just signed in 2020. And now we're saying we're going to move to the California model. And my understanding is that they're still in implementation. So I guess, I think that we have some organizations, business organizations, as well as even the Maryland Department of Transportation raising significant questions just about the capacity to move this fast in this direction without having the at least knowing what the grid can handle at this point.
There's two parts to what you said. I'm gonna let Josh answer the first part, and then I'll address your needs assessment issue.
Great. Thank you for the question. Starting with the MOU, the states in the Northeast did sign an MOU on electric vehicles. That is a sort of voluntary process for states to come together. Many of the states have also signed on to the California Clean Truck Rule as a vehicle to make good on the goals within the MOU, because this is one of the few policy options to be able to regulate in the space. The study you were mentioning, I believe, is the electric readiness study that the Public Service Commission is in the process of conducting. They are looking at I wouldn't say the grid's ability, because the grid is dynamic, but what will be needed for the grid to meet the growing needs of electrification of our vehicles, electrification of our homes. And that study is underway. The biggest concern there is when we're going to hit some type of peak capacity. The majority of charging of vehicles happens at night, so it's not anticipated to actually have a major impact on the grid, but that study is looking at that. And I believe the needs assessment also is going to look at that.
That's where I was going to go, Senator. So if you look in the amendments that I talked about, we did put in for a needs assessment that would take a look at the grid and the electrical requirements. You'll see that actually in the amendments that I shared with you.
I'm confused. I don't understand why you wouldn't do that first instead of, it just sounds like, okay, we've got this 2020 MOU and some of the states that have signed it, and we have one option to go in this direction, and that's the California model. And it just seems, and yet we haven't even done our needs assessment. So the order seems out of balance, and it just, it looks like, and you thoughtfully go through that, legitimate questions being raised about capacity, about charging stations, about the impact across the board. So now there's an acknowledgement, oh, I added amendment, we need the needs assessment, but in most planning processes, that would be done first. before you
Senator, it
would
is
go
done
for-
first in this. That's the way it's set up in the amendments. It's set up such that, but that we would execute on the needs assessment, that it would lead into it. But there are reasons for us to adopt this rule in order for us to be in compliance, and you guys can welcome to jump in there. I mean, in order for us to stay compliant, and also just that we're demonstrating our commitment to what was set out in the Climate Solutions Now Act. And so we are trying, the amendments, and we're still working on it, but the amendments that were worked out with some of the folks who you hear from, I'm sure, does attempt to try to take a look at some of the things that you're talking about with regard to the grid and things like that. We'll take a look at that, but keep the progress moving forward, okay, with the adoption because we do believe that we are going to be able to get there. And so but there is also on here a part of those amendments that does say that that the department may, not shall, but they may choose to not implement. That is here in the case that there was found that like we just really weren't there. I don't think that's going to occur. I do not. But this has been put here at the moment. This is something that we're discussing in order to be thoughtful about the things that you're talking about.
Response to that would be, if you do a needs assessment first and really understand what you have, then you can actually make achievable goals. You're saying we're going to go ahead and set all of this. We're going to California with the model here, but yet we haven't conducted the needs assessment. So that's to me a fundamental disconnect. And we have a difference. I know you want to set the goals and say we think the needs assessment will show that we'll get there. And I'm saying I think you should do the planning and the needs assessment before you then you would say what is actually I think we want to be successful in meeting our goals, but that means putting in place achievable goals.
I think that's absolutely right. I think it's important for us to have a sense of the space before we move. I think the reason why many of us here are comfortable is that the needs assessment that's being discussed is a little bit more like due diligence. There have been, numerous studies and comparable situations which give advocates, the Department of Energy, people who have weighed in, a pretty high level of confidence that this is feasible. So I think it gives us the comfort to recommend moving forward while doing the assessment. That there's been a study by the Maryland Department of Energy, and the E3 study looking at grid capacity when it comes to electrification, which is a much more aggressive potential demand on the grid than the charging infrastructure. There's a comparable PEPCO study in DC. So there have been several studies which give us a pretty good idea of what this would take and the ability of the grid to, it's not just take this load, but our ability to evolve or upgrade or add to the grid to be able to deal with any of the increased demand. I think what we're hearing here is due diligence to maybe double check, but it's not like there hasn't been previous work coming in at this point.
Okay, any additional questions for the sponsor panel? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. And we're going to now
Thank you very
move-
much. Thank you, Senator.
I do want to get back Emily Scar up here. I've got a mix of some favorable and favorable with amendments. So I'm going to call Emily Scar you didn't testify. Is Emily Scar here? I apologize. Okay, I thought I missed her. Okay. Well, then we'll move on to favorable with amendment panel of Louis Campion, Richard Tabito, and Peter Kitzmiller. And they are all saying up favorable with amendments. And then after that, we'll move to a panel of unfavorables.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Louis Campion with Maryland Motor Truck Association, representing roughly 1,000 trucking companies operating around the state. You know, our industry serves every community in this state, every jurisdiction. We deliver all of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the medicine that you may take. We are here favorable with amendments, and I want to be very clear. That's with the sponsor's amendments that he has provided. Without those amendments, we would be here in opposition as we have been in the past. There are major hurdles that have to be overcome before widespread adoption of ZEV trucks. We're where the car industry was 10 to 15 years ago, right? And so it's still very much in its infancy, but our hurdles are bigger, right? We talked about grid capacity. There's zero public charging infrastructure right now available for medium and heavy duty trucks in Maryland. The cost is 2 to 3 times higher, and there are certainly issues with battery range and weight. And there are some segments of the industry that will not be electrified in the near future, and probably not for decades when you look at long haul over the road trucking. But there are segments that are pilot testing these. I have members who are pilot testing these vehicles or have ordered 1 or 2 of these to begin the process of pilot testing. And the feedback from drivers is very positive. This is typically box trucks, local deliveries, home and back to the same terminal every single night so that you can charge, right? The vehicles are quieter, obviously. They don't have the emissions. They are smoother in their ride, and drivers do tend to like them. They are coming. Realistically, they are not going to come in accordance with the timeline that California has laid out. The primary way to expedite the adoption of these vehicles is through infrastructure development and financial incentives to reduce some of the very high costs. We do believe that the amendments do help move us, though, toward a plan to progress down this path. And that's why we appreciate working with the sponsor so much by requiring the needs assessment that's been discussed to try and overcome some of those hurdles that we have already mentioned, and as opposed to just simply adopting a mandate and then walking away, right? And so we are here favorable with amendments, and we do want to work toward that path towards zero emission. Thank you.
Okay, let's go through the whole panel and then we'll take questions. Mr. Kitzmiller.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Peter Kitzmiller. I'm the president of the Maryland Automobile Dealers Association. We represent 300 franchised new car and truck dealers across the state of Maryland, including 25 medium and heavy duty truck dealerships who will be selling these vehicles. We are here today in support with amendment. As Mr. Campion mentioned, I think the amendments are a way to get us to an actual goal. The sponsor yesterday in the House mentioned and made a very good point that these California truck rules are a sales mandate. They're not a purchase mandate. So this law will mandate that the manufacturers build a certain percentage of their vehicles as electric, which means my dealers will get that percentage of those vehicles as electric. No one is mandated to buy them. And so it seems to make perfect sense to us that before we do that, we do a needs assessment to see what's out there. There are hurdles, as Mr. Campion's mentioned. I won't go through them again. And we need to figure out the best way we can to address those. I think the goal of everybody here is to create an environment in Maryland that's going to result in the most number of these trucks being purchased and run on Maryland roads. I think that's really what we're trying to get to. I think these amendments will help do that. We look forward to working with everyone to try to get there. Again, from a truck dealer standpoint, we sell usually to fleets. And so those fleets are looking to reduce costs. And these electric vehicles, all things being equal, are probably going to have less maintenance costs, and the fuel costs will probably be less. The problem is right now, all things are not equal. The charging infrastructure is not there. The cost is 3 times as high. The payload is dramatically less. But those are things I think we can look at with the needs assessment and move forward as we can. So again, we are in support with these amendments. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tapito, you're last on this panel.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Richard Tabito. I represent Volvo Group North America. Volvo Group has a manufacturing facility in Hagerstown, which employs 2,000 people. 1,400 of which are UAW union workers. If you are anywhere in the United States and you see a Volvo Class 8 truck or Mack truck, that axle, that transmission, that engine was built here in Hagerstown. They also manufacture a Volvo and Mack electric truck, and the modular power box of those trucks, Class 8 trucks, are built in Hagerstown. We are the market leader in this segment. We sell more trucks than any other manufacturer of Class 8 electric trucks. We want to continue to be a leader, and so this bill could be an opportunity or it could be a challenge. When we say we are the leader, just to put that in perspective, that just means that we sold 125 Class 8 trucks in 2022. So these are not big numbers. They're very tiny numbers. We also manufacture refuse trucks that have been deployed in about half a dozen states. Our support with amendment is based, I think one of the biggest focuses is the delay language. We haven't focused on that, and I wanted to bring it to the fore. The assessment is great, but if the assessment says that Maryland is not ready, it's very important that we can delay implementation. Volvo can't sell a truck that people can't charge. Volvo can't sell a truck that people may be enthusiastic about, but might not be economical for their business. So it's very important that we do the assessment, but if we're not ready, that we have rolling 1 year delays. And just to put it more in perspective, in 2027, there's a 20% sales mandate. Say we just went straight in. That, according to, Lewis did an analysis last year, 13,000 trucks were sold in the state of Maryland. If 13,000 trucks were sold in 2027, based on these California mandates, we would have to sell 2,543 in Maryland, ZEV trucks. As I said, Volvo only sold 125 in the United States last year. So thank you.
Questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go next to a panel of unfavorables. I'm going to call you up here, Kirk McCauley, Colby Ferguson, Pam Casemeyer, and Mike O'Halloran.
You and me go first?
I'll take a stab.
Go ahead.
I did bat leadoff in high school, so I'll go first. Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran, here today representing MAPTA, which are energy marketers and motor fuel distributors. We are here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 224. You've heard, and I think it bears correcting the record from proponents saying that the infrastructure exists today for these trucks. It does not. The infrastructure does not exist today. That is what we heard last year when we were debating the Climate Solutions Now Act. We heard that from the utility companies, and we were talking about the building for infrastructure last year. This is now including the transportation sector. It's a whole new ballgame. So I do think that bears noting for the record. And there was also talk about the advanced clean truck. It never reaches 100%. That may very well be true, but that's just for right now. Keep in mind, this bill does tie us to California. So if their Air Resources Board decides to make a change, well, Maryland will be required to make that change as well. So if they go to 100%, Maryland's going to 100% as well. And now some folks may say, well, that's Mike, that's sky is falling. That's Chicken Little, isn't it? Well, I would dare say that back, 10 plus years ago, when the state passed or linked itself to California when it came to light duty vehicles, I'm sure proponents, in order to get the bill passed, said, we'll never go to 100% mandate for lightweight vehicles. But yet here we are. So there is concern whether or not our grid can handle this, whether or not the operational issues with the trucks, which I think my colleagues will speak more to. But those are just some of the challenges that I think this committee needs to be aware of. Again, appreciate the sponsor taking, some of these concerns into account with this assessment. But at the end of the day, it still does tie us to the advanced clean truck. And for that, we respectfully request an unfavorable.
Why don't you pass that over to Ms. Casemeyer, and then we'll end up with Ms. Ferguson.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer here again on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. In some ways, I owe you an apology. Maybe not apology is the right word. We are signed up in opposition. That was before the members had an opportunity to review the amendments. So while we have a lot of concerns, and quite frankly, without that amendment, we wouldn't be here willing to change our position to support with amendment. The industry's okay with that, but for all the reasons you've heard, the infrastructure issue, particularly when you think of the waste industry and collection of waste, aside from the fact they're heavy duty vehicles and there are some being manufactured now, but there aren't many. But aside from that piece, and this affects your local jurisdictions too, like Baltimore City, they own their own waste trucks. And that infrastructure issue is not insignificant. And you think, well, they don't go very far or take very long. Actually, waste industry routes could go across state lines. They could go for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 hours around the county. And so you're going to need to stop the truck and charge it potentially in the middle of your route. Well, the efficiency of waste collection, that's a whole different issue you've dealt with most of today. We just think it's critically and essential that we spend some time, and thank you to the sponsor for pulling these amendments together to say, what is it we need to make it work so that we aren't finding unintended consequences because of a lack of consideration for things that are very specific and maybe unique to Maryland or parts of Maryland or other kinds of things. So for those reasons, we're comfortable moving forward with the bill so long as you adopt the amendments offered by the sponsor. And thank you very much, Senator Augustine.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Colby Ferguson on behalf of the Maryland Farm Bureau. And we come in opposition of this bill. And honestly, we had a chance to look at the sponsor amendments or the amendments that were offered by the sponsor. The original amendments had a shall clause in there for the delay. The ones that have been brought forward change that from shall to may. We know how that all goes. So what our worry is that when you really think about the infrastructure that would be needed for trucks, totally different than a car. So just to kind of give you comparison, the size of a car battery for a Tesla is about 50 to 60 kilowatt hours. The size for a Class A truck is 565 kilowatt hours. So roughly 8 to 10 times bigger. So we're talking the size of the reefers, or the size of the cab, the sleeper cab in the back of the truck is what the size of the battery would need to be for these trucks. So we're talking a pretty substantial size to charge. So the one that we plug into our wall or the ones we plug at the house is not going to work for a truck. So the infrastructure is somewhere between $40,000 and $100,000 for a charging station. So when you start to do the math, the infrastructure that's going to need to be put in place is astronomical. And then, God forbid, we ever start talking about the long haul trucks, because we're kind of the truck version of the flyover state. Everything passes through us through 70 and 81. I mean, everything rolls down 95. And so when you think about the truck stops like on I-70 around Mount Airy, and look at the trucks that are lined up on the road and then laying in the stations, every one of those stations are going to need some sort of power charge if we move to electric trucks, because they're going to need to be charged while they're sitting there on their 8-hour sleep. All that infrastructure is not there. That also needs wire and power to those places that's not there. And then you start talking about a farmer that tries to put one of these in. So $40,000 charging station on top of the cost of the truck, it's almost a deal breaker for any kind of farmer to put this in. So we understand where we're going. I really believe that the needs and assessments is an absolute necessity to see if this will even work. I think when you look at that, it'll be huge. And I don't know if there's any money been put in to pay for that. So I don't see any incentives in the governor's bill that's been put in or this bill. So infrastructure is a problem. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have a few witnesses signed up virtually, and I'm going to call them up. Signed up favorable, we've got Claire Boyce, although you don't look like that person. Let's see. Okay, well, I see you. Okay, I see you, Mr. French. You are one of the witnesses signed up favorable with amendments. So since you're up first, we're going to take you first and you got 2.5 minutes. Timothy French signed up favorable with amendment.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Tim French, speaking on behalf of the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association, or EMA. EMA represents the world's leading manufacturers of heavy-duty and medium-duty trucks and truck engines, and we respectfully oppose the proposed bill as originally drafted to incorporate by reference California's advanced clean trucks mandates. Increasing ZEV truck sales mandates unaccompanied by any provisions to ensure that the necessary ZEV truck purchase incentives and infrastructure build-out are assessed and planned for will frustrate, not foster, the accelerated deployment of ZEV trucks in Maryland. To ensure the successful deployment of ZEV trucks on an accelerated timeline, very large public investments will be required upfront, not after the ZEV sales mandates take effect. More specifically, a critical first step in accelerating the deployment of ZEV trucks before imposing or the imposition of increasing sales mandates is the assessment and establishment of comprehensive program to invest in and develop the robust electric and hydrogen infrastructure necessary to recharge or refuel ZEV trucks. Maryland can and must be a leader in those broad-based upfront ZEV readiness efforts, which for trucks will involve significantly larger public investments than for passenger cars. In addition, since the cost of a ZEV truck is currently 2 to 3 times higher than for a conventionally fueled truck, and since there's no obligation whatsoever under the ACT program that any fleet operator actually buy a more costly ZEV truck, other significant public investments will be necessary. In particular, as another critical first step, Maryland will need to assess and provide sustained incentive funding to offset the significantly higher price differential for ZEV trucks. Otherwise, the assumed increasing purchases of ZEV trucks will simply not occur. EMA and other stakeholders have discussed these concerns with the sponsoring legislators, and there are proposed amendments on the table which help to address these concerns with the needs assessment about both infrastructure and incentive funding. Those amendments would greatly enhance the prospects for a successful implementation of the ACT program. And that's why EMA, with those amendments, could support the bill. Without those amendments, simply opting into California's ACT program will not lead to a successful deployment of ZEVs in Maryland.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. French? Okay, seeing none, we're going to see who else is going to pop up. Thank you, Mr. French, for your testimony. Again, we've got 3 other witnesses. Whoever pops up here, Zoom, we'll just take them. Okay, we've got Dave Roba. Sir, Mr. Roba, we do see you. I'm sure we'll hear you. So you've got 2.5 minutes. You're signed up straight favorable.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Senate Committee on Education, Energy, and the Environment. My name is Dave Roba, and I'm a member of the state policy team at Ceres, a nonprofit organization that advances leadership among investors, companies, and capital market influencers to transform the economy and create a just and sustainable future for people and the planet. I'm here to express Ceres' support for a favorable report on Senate Bill 224, the Clean Trucks Act of 223, which would require the state to adopt the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule. Ceres organizes several influential business networks, including Businesses for Innovative Climate and Energy Policy, a coalition of more than 80 major businesses, all committed to driving sustainability throughout the economy. The Ceres Investor Network, which includes 175 members with collectively 30 trillion in assets under management, and the Corporate Electric Vehicle Alliance, a collaboration of more than 30 companies looking to completely decarbonize and electrify their fleets that collectively own, lease, or operate nearly 1.3 million on-road vehicles in the United States. These companies and investors see climate change as a significant risk and reducing carbon emissions as an economic opportunity. In fact, thousands of businesses are working to reduce their short-term emissions in line with climate science and have committed to reaching net zero no later than 2050. To make progress on these commitments, many businesses are focused on transitioning their medium and heavy-duty vehicle fleets to the use of zero-emission vehicles. A growing number of clean vehicles offer a lower total cost of ownership through reduced fuel and maintenance cost, while limiting the risk associated with volatile fossil fuel prices and supply. A recent analysis of Corporate Electric Vehicle Alliance members revealed plans to procure approximately 330,000 electric vehicles nationwide over the next 5 model years. However, medium and heavy duty vehicle electrification still faces challenges due to high upfront costs, vehicle weight, charging time, battery range, and the availability of charging infrastructure. These challenges can be addressed through smart market enabling policies like the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule. This is why more than 85 major businesses, institutions, healthcare systems, employers, and investors with nearly $43 billion in assets under management, including many with operations or business interests in Maryland, like IKEA, Nestle, Siemens, Unilever, and more, signed a series organized letter calling on states across the nation to adopt the ACT rule. Thank you for your time, and we encourage a favorable report on Senate Bill 224.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for our witness, Mr. Roba? Okay, seeing none. Okay, next up, let's see if we got somebody else. Okay. We've got Mr. Robb, Ryan Robb. You are signed up straight up favorable, and you've got 2.5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm the Government Relations Director for Lion Electric. We are a leading OEM of all electric, medium, and heavy duty vehicles. Thank you to the committee for providing us this opportunity to testify in support of SB 224. Lion is currently building class 6 through 8 electric trucks, and I can proudly say that we have successfully placed many of these models on the road as we speak, so we can speak to the efficacy of electrification as a business model in transportation. Senate Bill's 224's passage would greatly assist Maryland in reaching its emissions reduction goals and encourage municipalities, local agencies, school districts, and businesses alike to adopt a move toward electrification. When it comes to technology, it is also important to note that the savings between electric vehicle and diesel are very clear. Typically, there is an 80% energy cost reduction and a 60% maintenance cost decrease when organizations transition over to all electric, medium, and heavy duty vehicles, particularly with trucks. Firms have been saving between 80 and 90% net on fuel costs after taking into consideration what they pay for electricity to charge an electric truck. And these EVs experience significantly fewer maintenance needs. As I've heard several people mention, there's significantly fewer maintenance needs, major repairs, fewer downtime in comparison to diesel and gas vehicles. This is, of course, because EVs do not require upkeep to that level as diesel on such high ticket maintenance items like oil and filter change, exhaust treatment, spark plugs, you name it, it is not typically needed. And maintenance and repair of internal combustion engine components are also no longer needed. The California Air Resources Board estimates that a Class 8 truck will cost about 4.7 cents a mile less to maintain than its diesel cousin. Over the lifetime of a typical medium or heavy duty vehicle, these reduced maintenance costs could easily result in hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. I think it is also important to keep in mind that low-income areas and communities of color often experience much higher negative impacts and rates of air and noise pollution, as well as higher rates of airborne illnesses. And it's important to take steps to help resolve these issues equitably. We urge the Maryland legislature to adopt the Advanced Clean Trucks Act to address critical climate and environment issues and to invest in the viable business model that is vehicle electrification. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none. And that leaves us with one final witness virtual signed up. There she is, Ms. Boyce. You are the final witness on this bill, and you've signed up favorable, straight favorable. So you've got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Claire Bicey. I'm a researcher at the International Council on Clean Transportation. The ICCT is an independent nonprofit research organization providing technical analysis to inform clean transportation policies. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today on Senate Bill 224. The ICCT strongly supports the proposed bill that would require Maryland Department of Environment to adopt the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule this year. These requirements are needed to reduce the harmful emissions from combustion engine medium and heavy duty vehicles and to achieve the state's climate goals. ICCT analysis shows that adoption of the ACT rule in Maryland would reduce the state's cumulative CO2 equivalent emissions by 46 million tons through 2050. The rule would also reduce cumulative NOx emissions by 70,000 tons and PM 2.5 emissions by 613 tons. More detail on this analysis can be found on our website at a link provided in our written testimony. Maryland has committed to strive towards 30% sales share of zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicles by 2030, alongside 18 other jurisdictions in the United States and Canada as signatories to a multi-state MOU. Full implementation of the state's greenhouse gas reduction plan also includes meeting this 30% target. Adoption of the ACT rule would ensure that this 30% sales target is legally binding for manufacturers and would align Maryland with 7 other state governments that have also adopted the regulation. There are roughly 150 zero-emission truck models currently offered in the North American market to meet these requirements, including about 20 heavy-duty Class 7 and 8 truck models. We urge a favorable report for this important legislation, which would require adoption of the ACT rule in 2023, delivering critical climate and air quality benefits to Maryland communities. Any delay in adoption would reduce the cumulative climate and health benefits to the state's communities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 224, and that concludes the bill hearings for today. I would say that we started the day with sending out, we passed the third readers out of this committee this morning, and hopefully we could take a couple of minute break for you to reboot, come back here and we can send some more bills, a nice batch back out to the floor that we can do the same. So take about a 5-minute break, and got about 5 bills on the list that be nice to get to the floor.